Sanbonan. We ready to resume. Also means that we have to find an hour somewhere. Our next witnesses after Mr. Masinga would have been at 4 o'clock. So I'm just saying, bear that in mind as we go through our proceedings. Otherwise, it has the necessary or the obvious knock-on effects. And maybe just I'm informed that we were all informed that for reasons beyond Mr. Masinga's control, we couldn't make it at 2 o'clock. And thus we had to start at 3 o'clock. But I was informed that we were up to date with that. But apologies anyway for starting late. Mr. Masinga is a former employee of SABC in the capacity of Group Executive Technology, and will continue in the vein that we did up to now. Mr. Masinga, please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily to all questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. I have been informed, sir, that you have elected to take the oath. So if you would repeat after me once you've put your mic on. I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Will be the truth.
Will be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Advocate Fanara, over to you. As I indicated, we're going to have to somehow buy time, but let's hand over to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Masinga. Can you, for the record, state your particulars and your academic qualification and your relationship with the SABC? In what capacity did you serve it?
My name is Sipho Masinga. I said I was a group executive of technology at the SABC. I hold a B degree, BTech, in electrical engineering and other management certificates. I served the SABC for more than 10 years, I think.
Unfortunately, we do not have the luxury of time. We need to also catch up for the time that we've lost. There are basically 5 issues that I would like to deal with in the next 30 minutes or so. You have made a statement, is that correct?
Yes, true.
And that statement has got 9 pages, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you signed the statement?
No, I hadn't signed it, but I can sign it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you confirm that the contents of the statement are accurate?
Indeed, true.
Okay. On page 2, I note that the statement isn't marked, doesn't have pages, but I'd like us to go at the bottom of page 2 of your statement. There, you're discussing the meeting you had with Nazim Hoa of TNA Media.
Yes.
If you could just give the committee the details around that meeting and what this TNA Media means.
The TNA Media is a parent company for ANN7 now. Before the launch of the ANN7, there was a meeting to try and bring a contract to take over SABC News and rebrand it. Obviously, the TNA company was going to manage it. The SABC was going to supply the staff and the buildings. They were not going to pay any rent. They were going to collect all the advertising revenue. So I knew it wasn't going to fly from the start.
What happened to that contract? Was it eventually signed?
No, fortunately, I chaired that meeting. So as I said, it wasn't going to go any further than that meeting. I sent it back. I sent him to go write a proposal first, indicate what is the value proposition being offered to the SABC, because I mean, I couldn't believe the contract was 3 pages.
Let's quickly go through the multi-choice contract,
Yeah.
the circumstances surrounding that.
Yes.
You yourself and I think the leader of that delegation from the SABC was headed by the then COO, Mr. Mutsone, when you met the multi-choice group. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the committee what happened at that meeting?
Well, that meeting came about because I had been, Treasury had rejected the first business case for the news channel for 60 million. In as much as the investment had been made by the SABC from 2006 and obviously failing all along. Then we came here to the portfolio committee in September also. I raised the issue of the mass carrier agreements from the Electronic Communications Act, right? When that was done, then we had this meeting, presumably to discuss the mass carry agreement. The then head of television, Verona Duwaka, had estimated that we were going to make about 500 million per year on the mass carry, on the carriage of the existing 3 services. So it had nothing to do with the 24-hour channel. It was based on DSTV carrying SABC services, and SABC services are the most watched services on DSTV. And we were not getting paid for it, right? So we went to discuss that, debated with the team at MultiChoice, and we highlighted the points in law, and that we would be ready to proceed to court, because regulation cannot override an act, right? Then we discussed other matters. When we discussed other matters, I then raised the issue of MultiChoice, pronouncing itself on the free-to-air matters, particularly the STB control matters, because they were issuing statements, on newspapers, that they were acting in the best interest of the citizen and so on. So I had an issue with that. So I raised that we do not appreciate it. We argued, and then we wouldn't agree. Eventually, MTS asked Claudi that they have a one-on-one meeting outside the formal meeting. They went, they met. I'm not sure what was discussed there, right? But when Motsonen came back from that meeting, he then was trying to lobby me to teach the STB control. And that was the beginning of the end of our relationship.
Now, what was government's policy around this set-top box?
The government's policy was for encryption. It had been for encryption. SABC did a strategy in 2007. It put encryption in its strategy. Then it went and lobbied government from there. The PDM policy was done in 2008, if I remember correctly. It then made sense, a business case, to secure the future of the SABC once you've gone digital, because you're going to have many players, right? Then the STB control flew into the policy. It had been that way since then, until 20 13. And the SABC had gone to tender, a joint tender with ETV twice, long before I was the CTO there. So I did not see why we will wake up in 2013 and after a meeting with the MTS. Yeah.
The agreement that was signed, was it consistent with government's policy on encryption, or did it fly against that?
It flew against it. In my view, it was an attempt to manipulate us to defy the government.
At some point, firstly, before I get to that, you were a group executive,
yes,
reporting directly to the group CEO.
True.
So was the CEO reporting to the group CEO.
True.
In your statement on page 4, at the bottom, the last paragraph, you are alluding to attempts by Mr. Mtsoneng to take over or to have IT reporting to him. Can you just tell the committee the circumstances surrounding that?
Indeed, true. He did approach me to try and move. Strange enough, the sales division, then Anton Hennes, motivated to move the division to report to Mtsoneng. I warned the then CEO to say this was improper. Then he approached me to try and do the same and move the technology division to report to him. Obviously, we were disagreeing many times. It wasn't going to work because those executives that report to him, they have no views. So it was my view that if I went to report to Mtsoneng, I may as well as just resign.
But you are an executive reporting directly to the CEO.
Yes.
Now, where were you going to report, to whom were you going to report to now, having your division brought under the COO?
I was going to report to him according to his proposal. So I was going to shift the division to report to him instead of the CEO, which is a demotion, first and foremost. Secondly, I told him that, as I said in the document, I was a fit and proper person. It will have effectively made him the CTO, and he wasn't qualified to do that, and I did tell him.
So you say this was one of the strategies to take away the powers of the CEO and divest them to the COO?
Indeed, it was, because you can do anything. If you take a third of the SABC to the COO, you already have the other divisions. You don't need a CEO anymore.
The relationship between the COO, in this instance, Mr. Mtsoneng, and Mr. Mvoko, you deal with that in page 5 of your statement. I think the beginning, the first 5 lines or sentences of that. How would you explain that relationship?
It was terrible. I've never seen professionals behave in that, professional person behave in that fashion. I think Ms. Mvoko tried to tolerate it and give in, maybe a little bit too much to try and maintain peace. But I wonder that, if you are dealing with a taker, they don't stop. They keep taking. You can give an arm, they want all of you. Sometimes I would come to her office, I would feel sorry for her, I'll see her, she's crying.
Okay, but you're sharing an instance that happened in one of your meetings. Can you touch on that? That's on page 5 on the 3rd paragraph.
Yes, so he had this habit of stopping strategy sessions, particularly, because of anti-intellectualism, obviously. If there's professors, he will mock them and make fun of them. you'll stop people from presenting. Sometimes you will stop and say, let's go and have a drink. All these childish things when we're trying to run a company. So this time around, he had gone around the provinces to tell staff that they were going to report to him, my staff. They asked me about it. I told them that unless they hear it from me, there was no such thing. Then we went to a strategy session where Ms. Lulam, I think she was presented. I can't remember what the subject was and so on when she spoke. And then he spoke after her. He liked speaking after her so he can have the final word. Yeah? So, then yada, yada. But at that time, it was so bad because she objected, right? It really, really was bad. I mean, the CEO couldn't speak after that, even just as a human. The next day, I was presenting. As usual, those who report to the CEO, he would always attack them. So he will never attack me direct. He knew better. So he would sort of say people, technology, but never mention me because I just waited for him all the time, right? So he started. Then I asked him if he was finished, right? He said, no, he's still talking. When he's talking, he doesn't want people to talk. And then I told him, no, you see the problem with him. He likes to hear the sound of his own voice. He was too loud, right? And we argued and so on. And then we took a break. We went outside because I was going to give him an opportunity to address the disrespect he thought I had. So when we were outside, it was just the two of us. I asked Fran to stay away because I wanted to see what he was going to do. Then he said I must respect him. I told him I will never respect him if he doesn't respect me because what he did the day before was really, 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 really unacceptable. And if it was allowed to continue, because, as I was challenging him, the rest of the people in the room, they were the same ones. Yeah, Sipho, just leave it. And I looked at these people, addressed like children. I said, no, not anymore, not in my presence. And what the rest of my colleagues didn't know, obviously, is that even when he would want to go after the other executives, I would challenge him behind the scenes. Ms. Mvoko and then Zandile Chabalala, they will tell you of many late-night meetings that they were intervening in when I was blocking many things Motsoneng was doing.
Okay. On page 6, you're discussing some of the successes. That is the third paragraph. At the time, the finances of the corporation were beginning to get healthier. Can you just talk us through that?
Yes, at some point, after Ms. Mogobo's turn, we didn't have a CEO, but we had a bit of money by then. Then we lobbied hard for who's going to be the next CEO. Eventually, we got Tian. So the company continued being profitable. So we were in a healthy state because we knew when we go to DTT and we don't have cash reserves, the SABC will be like the post office because the business model has just changed, right? So there was money now we could begin to invest aggressively on infrastructure. So for us to begin to do that, SABC at the time was like a construction site. There were projects everywhere, right? Then I took the time. I had not traveled ever since taking up the role because there was no time to be out of the office. I mean, I was at work most evenings. Then we traveled just to benchmark, to see what we'll do, what we're not going to do, where we are being misled. For instance, some service providers will sell you something that you can buy a lot cheaper, right? So when I came back, I took a break, and then I went to a strategy session in the Free State. That Friday or something, I think I was home. Then we had power failures. Then at the time, also ESCOM so happened to have a lot of load shedding, right? Then the systems, the broadcast systems on the TV side only, they went down for about 30 minutes. The teams brought back up. They were doing installation for new equipment. So they thought it was that, right? I told them to unplug it because it's Friday. We'll deal with all those things on Monday. it happened again on Saturday, right? And then we had to do an investigation. We discovered that the problem was actually far back in the value chain than we had thought. We call Palo World because the SABC infrastructure is old, but it's still world class. We don't have internal people to deal with those things. Palo World came, they investigated. Indeed, the boards, they had been fried by the power surges. Now, those things, you don't just buy them off the shelf. They had to be sourced from Germany, custom made. They don't even fit there. They had to make them fit because the buildings are 40 years old or so, right? And ship them. So we were on a makeshift patching, manually if problems okay, which we reported in it, right? So we sorted that. Once that was stabilized, then Motoneng and Anton. By the way, while I was away, Tian Oliphant was changed as the CEO, right? I came back, Anton Nunes was acting. Now, Anton Nunes was reporting to Motoneng. I knew then that we were in trouble, right? Indeed, it happened. Yeah, then we sorted the thing. Anton said, yeah, must answer why I should not be suspended. But I asked him, what exactly are you saying I must answer to? We must be specific. What are you saying I did or I didn't do? Right? It wasn't that they had my response. The incident was itself approved by the board. It was reported and captured. It had already been processed and arrested, right? So now this process, where was it coming from? Because the board shouldn't have approved if we didn't know the infrastructure was old. We knew it, right? Now these two, they started this process. He asked me to respond why I should not be suspended. He called me to the office with Motoneng at around 5 p.m. One day, I can't remember when it was. I told them, I'm not interested in what they have to say. They don't have any authority. And then I left that meeting. I went to my office. I went to continue working, all right? I could have continued working. But something grave had happened also as Tian was removed as well, which is what I discovered. There was a preparation of launching this new MOI. Obviously, I was keeping track of SABC governance. So when I discovered that we were running on fumes, the board had no authority. I knew that I need to stop everything and focus on this MOI, because effectively we're becoming a department. That's what it does. You're no longer an entity, you become a department or an extension of the department, right? I wrote to the board. I called Professor Khumalo then. I told him, Chair, he was chair of the HR committee. You know, if I walk out that door, EXCO is going to be walking out that door. He called Saudi, I think, and Anton. He tried to speak to them to say, let's resolve this thing without it getting messy, right? And I said to the board, all I wanted to know is who was running the corporation. Because, sometimes you see something happen, you pretend it's not what you are looking at. That's what professionals tend to do. In the meantime, you are under attack and you are being taken over, but you pretend that, no, it's a temporary, it will go away, and it doesn't. So I said, no, we need to resolve this issue. I need the board to get back to me. If the board says yes, I will resign. If the board says no, I will fight. The board indeed never authorized, approved that suspension. Hence, I went to court. But you see now, when we went to court, we went to the labor court, we succeeded there, right? That's why the matter dragged for 2 years. We went to the High Court to fight the MOI, not the labor issues, because the labor issues, I had said, luckily, I had quite a powerful team. I mean, I had ran SABC's cases, and I had never lost a case in my life. I don't know why they thought I was going to lose my own case, right? So we then went to the High Court here in the Western Cape. The matter postponed for long, right? Advocate Nazir Kasim asked me to postpone it further, right? There were some things that were required clarities, alleged documents that were, not there. I knew they were not there. But that's what they do. They create a situation so convoluted. You are stuck searching something that they know is not there, but they buy for time, So I told him, hey, we're wasting time. Go there. If the judge doesn't give us, it's fine. It's part of the plan, because I want to go to the SCA, or I'm going to ask for a full bench. Because the mistake we had made, we did not ask for that when we first filed the papers. And the matter was just too complicated, right? Which is why when France had to go to a high court in Pretoria, the judge had suggested a full bench or a senior judge.
In the interest of time, Chair, no further question.
Thank you very much. Just one from my side. So you paint a very scary picture. From where I'm sitting, it's almost as if the collapse of that department or unit of yours technically could mean the collapse of the SABC, as I understand it, or certainly a major part of it. Who is acting in that position now? Or who is...
the position was eventually taken to report to Motoneng, so he finally got what he wanted after I left. The person who's acting there is Ralitabo, Teliso Ralitabo. Now Ralitabo was an acting GM at some point, appointed by Motoneng in Henley, but it didn't cut it as a general manager, right? Because, I mean, it's a technology division. I couldn't have a person who doesn't understand what the fiber systems are, for instance, right? It's a disaster. Otherwise, I end up doing their work.
Okay. No, thanks. Just so that we understand it.
If I may, Chair, sorry.
No, you'll do that in a minute.
Okay.
Let me just ask the question, and you can put two of them together because we're buying time. Okay. This absorption of your unit into the COO's unit, was that as a result of the amended MOI? Or was it made possible because of the amendment of the MOI?
Yes, absolutely. Because you no longer need board approval to do anything.
Okay. You may add something else, and then we're going to start with you, Ms. Killian, ready yourself?
Yeah, no, I was just saying it's odd that the CTO they had now, only as a metric. Yeah.
All right. Ms. Killian, your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Masinga. Thanks for having clarified how it happened, because according to the latest annual report, that person is now reporting to the COO. Can you please just take us through, because we have copies of two memorandums of incorporation. The one is dated, signed on the 30th of October 2014, and the other one is unsigned, but is supposedly dated somewhere in 2016. But it now appears that there's another one. And what you're painting here gives one a very, very bad picture of collusion to effectively move a document which was rejected by Cipro and then reintroduced but backdated. Now, that amounts to fraud in anybody's language. Could you please just take us through that we understand what your personal experience has been in the MOI conversion or concoction? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, this MOI, that's why it costed me $1 million to fight this matter, because I realized this was really a heist. How to take over an entity. If you were not going to achieve amending the Broadcasting Act because of the onerous process of amending a law, then you amend the MOI. But you make the MOI an act, basically, because if it overrides certain sections of the act is redundant. Right. So there was an MOI done in from 2012 to 2013. I think you were still in the portfolio committee, if I remember, Ms. Killian, Honorable Killian. That was done by former Minister Dana Pole. She never got to finish it. Right? She left. That I know for sure. Because I remember the first meeting in which I was present when Minister Yunus Karim had raised concerns with the MOI. And he wasn't that convinced about, and I was there in those meetings with the board. That's why I know the history. So somehow it happened that that document was filed with Sipho. This is a 2013 now document, right? We didn't see the former Minister Tanapule's signature on the document, first and foremost, right? We asked for a general meeting resolution for that document. It wasn't there, right? Sipho rejected that document nonetheless. It was done by Ngubane and Associates somewhere in Sentin from the record that we saw. I'm not sure on whose authority. It looks like it went back to whoever it came. I don't know they did what. They filed it back to Sipho, all without the board of the SABC knowing. Now, when you talk about SABC, it's not executive, it's not management. The SABC is the board. That's what the PFMA says. The board then delegates the running and management of the entity to everybody else, right? So it was refiled, and then the refiled version was approved in 2014 March or so, right? I remember this because even when Ms. Zandile Chabalala wanted to act as a CEO, she couldn't because that MOI hadn't been effective. It was rejected at Sipho. Right? I did submit, I think, the minutes to the committee. With that, so a letter was sent in March 2014 to say the resubmitted version was accepted. Now, it spoke only to the board and the removal of the board. This I know because at the time there was an aim of dealing with Mr. Mahlati, which didn't succeed, right? But it was written for that. There was no executive inclusion there amending the authority of disciplining executives. So when I challenged Anton and Motoneng that they didn't have authority, right? Typically they would call security and so on and march people out of the building. But they knew they couldn't do that because I was right, they did not have authority, right? Then it was silent for about 3 weeks or a month or so. Nothing was happening. Obviously the board was also trying to intervene. About a month or two later, then it emerged, there was another amended document of 2014. It was now signed in September. By now it's October or November or something like that, when everyone learns of this new document. Then they tried, the company secretary and Motoneng, they tried to get the delegation of...
Sorry, Mr. Masinga, just hold on for a minute. I knew it will come to this point. This is such an important matter, but the 5 minutes are up. Now, I'm not sure if other members are going to forfeit their 5 minutes for this matter, or do you want to go through yours and try and find time for this thing? I don't know how you want to handle it, members, but this goes to the crux. Okay. Okay. All right, sir.
Okay. Then this new MOI now, the second version now of 2014. The 2013 version of Mr. Napule has no signature, has no general meeting resolution. So we are still grappling with that. Now we have a 2014 done on the powers of the 2013 document. So you see convoluting processes and creating arguments of fact, right? Now obviously it wasn't filed if it was done in 2014 by the time I was suspended. It's impossible. Now, an MOI is not effective unless it's filed and accepted by Sipho. But I was suspended on this document, right? And this is why the board fought, because I had said, no, this is a test of power. Motoneng has been given this document now. He needs to introduce it. He chose a person significant enough to send the shivers to the rest of the executives, right? When he did that, all the other executives knew they were finished. Because there is no way he will have prevailed without that document. The board tried, they fought it, they themselves were removed. The rest was a mess. I mean, yeah, I think you've come to know what transpired here.
Honorable Chauke?
Thank you very much, Chair. Obviously, my follow-up question to that input. What was the role of the chairperson of the board here, Prof. Either it's Prof. Magube throughout? Can you maybe elaborate on that? But I want to take you to page 4 of your document. I know it's not numbered. The page 4, there's a paragraph there that deals with the government policy, and in that you, in fact, they speak more of a government policy and you cite the ANC in the process. I want you just to go just a little bit detail on that part of the, it's an open thing, but I want you just to go detail on that part. The last one for me, Chair, this side, is this TNA, a company. Is that the Gupta-related company? If so, do you have a copy of that 3-pager a proposal that they were bringing forward for control of the news channel?
In the MOI documents, Professor Magube was still acting then. So it is not easy to say, because without board resolution, the chairpersons will have had no role. Whatever they will have done, it's of no consequence. It's an entity, because without a 9-member resolution, right. So it's not clear. Maybe they were in those meetings that were facilitating behind, the scenes and the submission. I do not know, but there is no official role that he had played, and he was still the acting chairperson at the time. And the policy role, that was capturing a discussion that we had, right? It was just sort of saying, this is what was said, this is what I said, if you know what I mean. So I was painting the process of lobbying for positions, to say, you can't just wake up and say, hey, I'm changing encryption. The SABC, when they then lobbied, they had to lobby various forums and place it, on various policy documents before it actually made it to the BDM policy, right? If you want to wake up in 1 year and just say, I'm changing a policy, it's not realistic. So I was giving him the history of what had happened regarding the encryption position, how it came about, right? So a recount of a step that this is what was done, this is what was done, this is what was done by those who had came before us, right? Yeah.
That's an important point. Don't go on that specific, and the response, what was the response? Because I have an interest on this point that says these people are useless. Don't tell me, because you see, he has been in the forefront of all of this thing. Now comes a point here that he now says that, in fact, these ANC people are useless. I just want, that's why I was pushing you to speak to us on this point, so that we understand the kind of a person he is.
Oh, no, that's what I did the report.
You're eating up in your minutes.
No,
yeah. Yeah, no, I did the report that because I was concerned. You see, the tone of it did say to me that we are challenging everyone else, right? So, and then when I raised this point, he did indeed say to me, Sipho, don't tell me about those people, they're useless. All they are good for is releasing statements. Which is why I said to him, we can no longer work together his path, because I could see that now we're entering a different terrain. It's a recount of a conversation that we had had. Yeah. In fact, how I try not to draw problems closer. So I had met him that day for the first time. And I wasn't going to meet him again, I knew. I didn't want a copy of the contract or anything. I just wanted that meeting to be over, because I knew the headaches, that were going to come with the engagement. If it goes on any longer, if I open that door, we're going to have serious headaches. So I just sent him back. We were not going to keep copy. They tried to ask us to sign a register. I told no one is signing any register of who's present in this, because we didn't have a meeting. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Honorable Van Dam.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Masinga, I mean, I read your written submission as well as just heard what you said. And the picture you paint of Hlari Motsuneng is a sexist man. He's arrogant. He's a bully. He covets other people's positions, all of it. When he was bragging about himself, did he ever mention whether or not he had political protection and where that protection came from?
No, I think maybe with others. He knew I'm socially aware, so that is why we're a frenemy. We were managing each other.
Oh, okay. But what was the talk in the corridors? I mean, what did people say? That because I mean, we've had very smart, educated, talented people like yourselves who've come here. And maybe you're the only one who kind of stood up to Mr. Neng, but everybody else was bullied. What did people say in the corridors about him?
Yeah, no, they would raise those things. But it was, I wouldn't pay attention because, I was a very direct person.
What are those things they said about him?
No, no, I didn't recollect the side shows, but he will just be telling people if they can't work with him, they must leave. Some of us have a vision. It was just those talks.
What I'm trying to get at, did he ever brag about having political protection? Maybe not to you, but to your colleagues and anybody else at the SABC?
No, not in my...
Looking at his record, he bragged a lot. That's what you're saying too in your document, that he bragged a lot about stuff Mrs. Makobo did, that you did. Yeah. So he himself actually wasn't that talented at the SABC. So what was the thing, what was gassing him? What gave him that power?
Not to me directly. I can tell you of a difficult meeting we had with Treasury when they objected to launching of the 24-hour news channel. A very difficult meeting. I felt very sorry for former Minister Yunus Karim, that meeting. He was sitting there, Chairperson was sitting there, Treasury was there, CEO was here, they were not talking to each other. We had to break. I had to go chair the meeting with Treasury. Avril, I forgot to send him, kept on raising PFMA and point issues. I was exhausted by then. I mean, I had been managing these things for some time. Said to Avril, no power. When you recognize real power, you must stop telling me about those sections and those lines so we can move on. So he would say, he doesn't care about ministers because the minister didn't want the channel to progress as it was. So he'd say, I instruct ministers and so things. That's all really I would have heard him say. Yeah.
Okay, I want to drill down into that meeting with Nazim Hawa from the New Age.
Yes.
It's called Spade a Spade, a representative of the Guptas. He wanted to, he had the goal to bring a document to the SABC saying an outside organization wants to take over the public broadcaster's news division. And
sorry to interrupt. I see all these things now are on. I don't know what
it's, what have you done with your technologies?
What have you done with the technology? Yeah.
you can find that our system will interrupt itself. I don't know. It's a sabotage.
Well, you're watching live visuals on the SABC News channel from the Parliamentary Ad Hoc committee inquiry into the SABC board's fitness to hold office. A small glitch in terms of technology there. There seems to be an audio problem out of Parliament right now. Well, taking questions now in the hot seat is Mr. Sipho Masinga. He's the former head of technology at the national broadcaster. Coming sharply into focus in the last hour or so is the multi-choice contract with the South African Broadcasting Corporation and government policy around the set-top boxes. Well, Mr. Masinga says Mr. Motsoeneng approached him to have the technology division he was running to report to him, but Masinga says he was vehemently opposed to this sort of reporting line, which he viewed as a demotion. Now, his testimony this afternoon also shedding light on the relationship between Mr. Motsoeneng and the then CEO Lulama Mokgobo. Masinga says it often reduced Ms. Mokgobo to tears. He found her crying in her office one afternoon. Masinga saying he was asked in Mr. Motsoeneng's office why he should not be suspended. He did not respond to such questions at the time and then returned to his desk and resumed his duties. Masinga says he did write to the SABC board expressing his concerns at the time, saying he would resign if the board called for it, but this, of course, did not come to pass at that time. Well, earlier we heard committee chairperson Vincent Smith saying that the SABC8, who are scheduled to come before this inquiry at about 4 p.m. this afternoon, will be represented by 4 of the 8 members. Now, there were several news reports in recent weeks that the 8 journalists in question are being intimidated, and some have even received death threats and threats at their home ahead of this inquiry. They have since sought police protection through an appeal to Parliament. Well, the SABC did fire journalists that Suna Venter, Krivani, Pillay, Thandeka, Gqubule, Mbeki, and Lukhanyo Kalata, Vuyo Vokwana, and Jacques Steenkamp for speaking out and being very vocal against the SABC's policy not to show footage of violent protests. Well, at the same time, the High Court in Cape Town has set aside the appointment of Cranimer Poni as the Group Executive of Corporate Affairs. The court has ruled today that his appointment was invalid, unlawful and irrational. Let's take a closer look at this particular ruling. The court found that the SABC and the board conducted themselves unlawfully for failing to implement the recommendations of the Public Protector's report. It also found that the SABC violated the Constitution by not assisting and protecting the Public Protector. It says Mr. Motsoeneng may not hold any position at all at the national broadcaster until he is exonerated by a new disciplinary process. It must commence through a new initiator within 2 weeks once the new board is quorumed. This process must be open to the public and must be completed within 2 months. The SABC has been ordered to pay legal.
That meeting before you even spoke any further?
It was a surprise meeting. I think we had a power failure that day, and the way it was designed, the SABC, it prioritizes broadcast if there's a major power failure. So office systems don't work. So you use the lifts and the goods lift. So I met him in the lift, so on the stairs. You know, he was walking up to the 27th floor. At the time, I didn't know about the meeting because I was managing another crisis, you know. And then later, I get a call to say we must come for a meeting on the 27th floor, right? So when we get there, because typically I try to be dynamic, informal, you know, so I will agree on short notice. So we go there, then I meet him there. I'm not sure what it's about. Then you know, Laudi excuses himself from the meeting. Then I must now chair, you know, and take over. Then the document, given this 3-page document, obviously, you know, I scan through it, what it's about, so we can have a meeting. Yeah, I look at it, it's talking about the rebranding SABC News. The SABC will provide resources. TNA will not pay any rental, or SABC will provide journalists. TNA will retain advertising revenue. Just, you know, it's enough for me to understand the context of our meeting or the aim of the meeting, right? So when I look at the 3-page document, now even if I wrote the document, the same document to launch the news channel itself, I think it was 60 pages or something, I can't remember. Now we are talking about a takeover function of a national broadcaster with 3 pages. Just that itself was enough for me, you know, to send him back. But, you know, I had to be nice and find the cunning way to say, you know, just go and make it more appealing, and so we send it back. Yeah.
Do you know whether this happened before ANN7 was launched? And then, wait, my time's running out, so I'm going to ask you 3 questions. Do you know whether that happened before ANN7 was launched? Do you know of any other attempts by the Guptas or any of the organizations to try do further business with the SABC or take over any other functions of the SABC?
It was certainly before ANN7 was launched. I think soon after I'd heard that the construction had begun in Midrand for the other studio, which was obviously done a bit in the rush, as the launch showed. So I figured that because the other one was not successful, then they proceeded. No, the others, I wasn't sure really if there was any certain broadcasts like the morning things. There were operational things I wouldn't get involved in. I would be involved with those that cut across to infrastructure, so those that required support and so on. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Ma'am.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Masinga, I'm on page 7 of your document.
Okay.
The last paragraph there, that paragraph alludes to the fact that in 2013, there was an attempt to amend the MOI. Yeah. And then again in 2014, it happened, and Sipho this time endorsed it. Can you bridge the gap between those two? Because it was Sipho who rejected it in 2013, who submitted it in 2013.
Yeah.
And why was it then accepted when submitted by the minister? Because we view it as something which is fraudulent.
Yeah, okay. The document of 2013 and the one accepted in 2014 by Sipho is the same alleged document of Mr. Napule. Right. They tried to file it the first time. It was rejected. Right. Purportedly, it was sent by her direct. So she wrote a letter informing a board of an intention to amend the articles. That is all that is on record. And we do have that letter as part of the case, the court file. So that letter was used as a notice or as a resolution by mere fact that she notified the board of her intention to amend. So that was the last communication, and then she was removed soon after. Right. How then the document reached Sipho, who filed it? You know, things you sign, you incur expenditure. Which organization, who he was instructing it? It lists on the submission document, I think it's Ngubane and Co, as I say. Who was instructing them? On what authority? Right. So that is when the issue arises. So it was filed to Sipho, don't know by whom, on which board resolution, right? Sipho rejects it, right? It comes back, right? Assuming whatever was wrong was fixed, I don't know by whom again, because you see that question arises. And then it is resubmitted again. No one knows with any major changes or not. Again, not clear with whose authority. Cipro responds to say it has accepted. So, you know, it's like a bank writing and say you've won or you have a deposit of money, but you don't.
You're watching SABC News. These are live visuals out of the Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee inquiry into the SABC Board's fitness to hold office that's currently underway in Cape Town right now. Parliament experiencing some audio problems. Well, you're hearing from there Mr. Sipho Masinga, the former head of technology at the national broadcaster. He's taking questions from MPs this afternoon. Now, coming into focus is the multi-choice contract with the SABC and government policy around set-top boxes. Now, Mr. Masinga saying Mr. Motsoeneng did approach him to have the technology division he was running at the time report to him, but Masinga says he was opposed to this reporting line, which he viewed at the time as a demotion. His testimony, of course, shedding light on the relationship between Mr. Motsoeneng and CEO Lulama Mokgobo. Masinga says he found Ms. Mokgobo reduced to tears in her office one afternoon. Mr. Masinga saying he was asked by Mr. Motsoeneng's office why he should not be suspended. He did not respond to such questions at the time and returned to his desk, resuming his duties. He did say he did write to the board at the time expressing his concerns, saying he would resign if the board called for it, but this did not come to pass. We want to reiterate that freelance journalist Vuyo Vokwana was not fired by the SABC. Now, early on today, it has been a packed day at the inquiry. We also heard from former SABC Human Resources Chief Jabulani Mabaso, and also the former Labour Relations General Manager Madiwe Nkosi. Well, the DA at the same time has welcomed the ruling that sets aside Hlari Motsoeneng's position as Group Corporate Executive of Corporate Affairs.
Can you give us to Lulu?
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Masinga, let's go to page 9 again. The top paragraph there, you are talking. This one? Thanks, Chair. Mr. Masinga, let's go to page 9, the top paragraph, where you are reflecting on the do's and don'ts by the chairperson. Can you rehash what you are saying there? because I think it is critical for the work that we are doing, that he has no powers to do some certain things, as you have captured there. That he is not allowed to submit anything on behalf of the board. Are you standing by what you are saying there?
No, indeed true. Without a correct board resolution, the chairperson has no say. You must be mandated by a board, even if you're going to issue a press statement. The board must mandate you to go and address the public. So if I'm sure people have sent requests to be interviewed, I doubt me myself won't be available until that 9-member resolution is available, requesting such. Otherwise, it's a non-entity.
You were able to protect the wickets at SABC until you went to a trip where on your return you found that certain things have been done incorrectly. Is that not implying that there were no systems in place? Because if systems are in place with or without your presence, nothing can tamper with the systems. What actually went wrong when you left?
It's true. The breakdown of internal control systems occurred a long time ago. It was really pure, what do you call it, grit and guts that was sort of keeping us from limping from crisis to crisis. So unless somebody speaks up, like there was a period when we didn't have a CEO, obviously because other people had preference for themselves for the role. For about 2 weeks or so, I think after Ms. Lulama. So imagine you don't have a CEO, you can't have anything signed. Right. When I stood up again and took it up to the board to say we must have a CEO and we need a CEO now. There was a fight about it, but I knew they were lobbying, and some people, when they look for an acting person, they don't look for a strong person. They look for the weak person. They even discuss these things in their meetings, right? So obviously we couldn't sit back. Some people prefer to sit back. And then I think Tian eventually got, and the balance was maintained. That was why things were okay until about after September, when the wheels really began coming off.
The last one from me is a request. Can you provide us with the original copy of the MOI and also sign your statement before you leave where you are seated? Because I think that is critical for us.
I will. I think I did provide the
original MOI.
Yeah, I provided the articles to show the procedure and the documents that you must have as evidence that you have amended the MOI. So before you get to the MOI, the process to amend the articles is contained in the articles, right? So those documents that are in the 2011 amendments, all they needed to do was show us the existence of them, and it will have been the end of it. But of course, we know they don't exist.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Khoza.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to you, sir. If you can go to page 6 for me, I just want you to clarify the statement on paragraph 3, where you say, when I returned there, had been a new acting CEO who was Motsaneng's report. I knew that being away had provided a window of opportunity and knew well that I could never personally trust the individual. Who is this individual and who is this CEO, the new acting CEO that you are talking about here, sir?
The acting CEO who kept the ship afloat after Ms. Mohobo was Tian Olifi. Tian was the acting CFO. So it was purely based on the financial perspective to keep the organization going until a decision is made, right? But the money kept on coming, and I warned him that I was increasingly getting concerned with the profits we were posting, seeing that Motsaneng, was more and more going public now to say the company is sustaining, he's the engine of the company. I said, we're going to have a problem here, right? Then it's fine, he didn't listen, and so on and so on. Then I left on tour with a trip with my team of engineers, right? We were invited to Singapore and so on to meet our counterparts that side, who were also doing construction. When I came back, Anton Yenis who was the head of sales. I'm sure you will have seen him on some TV briefings with Motoneng. Was the then acting CEO. Right. This is now Anton who took his motivation to Ms. Mohobo to request that sales must go report to Motoneng himself. Right. So I knew that here there's going to be a problem. But I just couldn't establish the source of what was about to happen.
Okay, I just want to draw you on page 4, sir. If you can go to that one again, the third paragraph there. You are where you say on another day, sometime later. There is a statement that you are making in that paragraph. In fact, I'm not going to be reading that. You know that statement very well. Especially where you say, I also narrated to him how this had filtered into the government policy, having been informed by policy positions of the ANC. He resorted then, I must not tell him about the ANC. Those people were useless. All they were good at was releasing statement which meant nothing. Now, what I want to find out from you, sir, is that probably you will agree with me. This thing is back, Chair. Probably you will agree with me that clearly if Mr. Motoneng was educated, we would say he's Michael Machiavelli, okay? But in this case, we wanted to know who are these individuals that are behind him, those individuals with authority, because clearly he is not getting his mandate from the ANC, nor is he getting his mandate from the policies of government. So, in other words, there is no institutional, there is no institution where he derives or a respectable system where he derives his mandate from. Obviously, he's deriving it from somewhere. And where is that? And I'm hoping that you will be brave enough and actually tell us.
That is that I wouldn't be. Look, he wanted no encryption policy, right? Against obviously the policy, long-standing policy. He got the policy, right? He wanted the new MOI. He got the new MOI. So I think we can deduce from there.
Now, this is my last question. I want to know, when all of you as executives are leaving, who replaces you? And what informs that replacement? I know it may be an unfair question to you because maybe you are not necessarily there. Yeah. But it's important to us, when you are losing this kind of skill, this level of skill that we have seen repeatedly, and we are now concerned about who is replacing you. Are you aware of what is happening currently?
Yes, I am. That's why certain things that happen in certain meetings, we know. It doesn't help. You know, there was a fellow who was an advisor to the minister when they were dealing with my case. And this advisor then eventually ended up a chairperson somewhere else. It demotivates people to fight, you know. So those things are why some people, they don't fight, even though they're in meetings and people are discussing who must act. But we don't want this one. This one is too strong. Right now,
interject, Chair. No, yes, Chair, because you said the individual concerned, Mr. Motoneng, is anti-intellectualism. I'm very concerned because I consider myself as one of those. Now, if you are saying he's anti-intellectualism, obviously, if he pushes you out, he obviously replaces you with people who are like him.
True. He said it publicly, I mean, many times about education, educated people, certifications. It's no secret,
Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Masinga. And we just want to commend you for taking a stand on the MOI and at great personal expense taking that litigation to court. I think the whole issue is captured on page 8, where you say in the second last paragraph before in conclusion, it is not necessary to point out the results of the said MOI document, which has become the root cause of everything the committee will be inquiring upon. Would you further comment on the statement that you made that the board, if I understood you correctly, following the MOI, the board has no governance and has become an extension of the department? And you said you phoned Professor Khumalo about your concerns about that. Is that a correct reflection of how you see things as we are considering the role of the board? In other words, you are saying the board can play no effective role.
If that MOI stands, it contains a section, for instance, which says the minister may approve any matter on round robin. That literally means that the chairperson can want something and send it to the minister. She signs it off, done. Why do you need the 12-member board? You don't need them anymore. So it's systematically written in finer details. There's many sections there that effectively what it does, it makes the Broadcasting Act redundant. That is the net effect that I can just summarize it, yeah.
And I'm sure we all cannot agree with that, and that situation cannot be allowed to continue. Just to then comment a bit on your involvement and your discussions with MultiChoice.
Okay.
What was your reaction to when you heard of the final, I use the word sale, maybe it's not sale, but of the archive equipment, of the archive documents that led to that quite substantial bonus being paid to Mr. Motsoeneng? Was that something that surprised you following the discussions with MultiChoice, which you seem to indicate from your statement that you were very opposed to those discussions, or was it a different discussion that you were involved with?
No, it was the very same one. The initial contract, that was for 60 million, just for the news channel. In my view, that was fine, as I had said, right? Because it was for a single channel, deals with a specific service. And it's a new channel, they will broadcast it, SABC will get to incubate it. So it was mutually beneficial. But I'll tell you, honestly, something happened when the old board dissolved. In my view, personal view, Motsoeneng was scared of Ngubane to an extent, or respected him, right? When then Chairperson Zandile Shabalala, former Chairperson, came, his attitude changed significantly. He became a little bit more brazen, sort of. That was the first thing I noticed. That is why I would also talk to the chairperson to say, you know, there's a change of the manner of attitude is not the same. This is when the change of policy first began. There was no mention of such things when Ngubane was there, I can assure you. It was only when the new board chaired by the former chairperson died, then things were stopping things every day.
You make mention of a discussion that the CEO of MultiChoice came to the SABC and had a discussion with the COO without the SABC CEO knowing about it at all.
Yes, no, that
sounds very strange to me.
They met a few times, even when the STB control policy, they would come together, the two. I didn't personally like MTS because he exhibited a bit of superiority complex, which undermines my intellect, of course. I think I'm psychologically very advanced, astute. You know? So I wouldn't sit in a meeting with him because, you know, the manner, like if you saw how he responded to, I think, Verona, you know, you will sit there and tell you, you know, produce all the rubbish. He had that thing, which I said to Motsoeneng right then, there, don't invite me to a meeting with this man. Otherwise, because I know anything that happens there is not recorded because those meetings are not legal. Right. So we never met again since, but they now had a common enemy because we wanted to make the SABC about 2.5 billion in 5 years, right? Which was what legally is due to us. Well, it was due to us then when I was there for the mass carry, right? He goes, he negotiates a contract that pays 500 million over 5 years, and you get a bonus. I don't know. I don't understand it.
Yeah, thank you. And we're just trying to understand. Is my time finished? Sorry, Chair. Last Chair. Yeah. So nothing has come of your attempts to negotiate that MultiChoice should pay SABC for the carrying of SABC programs. That seems to be what you, and that would make sense to me as well.
Indeed. After the meeting we had, the second version of the contract, from the 60 million out to the 100 million, contained now the terms that came from that meeting to try and cover everything in one contract at only 100 million. This is when we significantly differed, because in my view, this was really a sale of a national asset, right? And I can't be educated and uneducated at the same time. I'm not sure what I was being asked to be, right? But I can see the figures. I can see that this year we are killing this company. You will not see it while analog broadcasts, because the only reason why the SABC is still on air is because you can't add more competitors terrestrially. There is no spectrum. That is the only reason. If tomorrow you woke up and you added 2 more competitors, the SABC will be where the post office is. So I knew that we are sort of protected by the physical constraint of the available resources. But when you go to digital, you're going to have new players, right? Some of them whom are the partners, they are all launching channels. So now, what was protecting you is removed. Remember what happened to Telkom when the monopoly was removed? But when do we learn? Why do we keep going through the same cycle over and over?
Thank you, sir. Did I hear you well when you said the then chair also attempted to becoming the CEO? Shabalala.
Yeah, she called the group to say she's been asked to act as a CEO. I'm not sure as by whom, but we were fine with Shabalala. So I went to her and I advised her how previously there was a board member who had an interest in a position. That interest nearly led to a breakdown of the board. So
it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
No, could you perhaps just briefly, the member was saying that he commended you for your boldness. Well, it's just that he came too early. I would have said, well, we can't clap hands for the fish when it swims, because that's what it's supposed to be doing in the first place. But anyway, why are the other senior managers afraid of Mr. Mtswening at SABC? What is this thing that they fear this much?
I don't know. Maybe it's different personalities, to be quite honest. I don't really know myself. Well, he talks a lot of threats, obviously, always warning people, that is his language. I guess people, then they see what happens to those who challenge him. Maybe they then become subdued and so on. Yeah.
Who appointed Aguma? And who is this person?
Aguma was appointed by Mtswening around January 2013, personally, directly. I mean, I'm not sure where he got him. With the head, he was with the AG, but he wasn't on our account at the SABC. I remember because when Aguma came, Mtswening had just been removed by the then board just before it dissolved. So he wasn't in the office. So we had to receive him, right? And get the CEO to sort of hide the embarrassment. Okay, that there was a person coming to start, and the signature was removed, right? But before we know it, then he became acting CFO. I think I did oppose that because he, in my knowledge, he did not have experience of becoming a CFO. He had been an auditor. I had not known him to have ran as much as a finance department. Now, those are two different things, auditing and being a CFO, right? From there, then CEO, acting CEO, yeah. That's why I never addressed him on any of our documents, because I consider him junior, to be quite honest.
What is the current status now on this complicated matter of inscription and the I mean, is it that's a matter that's at court as we speak?
To the Constitutional Court, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
The question, there's something that I didn't hear you responding to it. Do you know anything about the archives of SABC that landed in MultiChoice?
That was part of that contract that we were fighting about. It was those additional clauses that were introduced after the interim board came. So it became a contract talking about everything, archives, mass carry, new channels. So we were not sure what we were dealing with. So it was the whole of the SABC now. So that's why we couldn't agree. And then I refused to participate, of course, in that process.
Okay. The relationship between the COO and the rest, obviously, the rest, I would say, they've all been ejected, as you have said, and one would assume, as you have said, that the current people are actually the yes bosses at the SABC, including the board members.
Indeed, everyone else, I mean, so many settlements have been issued. I think half the EXCO, not half, in fact, maybe 80% or 70% of EXCO is gone. Like I said, that I knew when I left, EXCO is finished. And I didn't swallow my words. There's only maybe 4 people who don't fight much, who typically do what they are told, which is fine for them. Even those that were close, your Verona Tuakas, your Jimmy Matthews, who were sometimes, I would fight with them not knowing I was fighting for them. When that shell was removed, they soon discovered it was hard to breathe.
Chair, I think that's where I end.
Yeah. Thank you kindly. And Honorable Mokoena.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. I just need to confirm this. So you're saying that Hlaudi Motsoeneng and possibly his cabal, the people that he drinks with, the powers that be that maintain his lifestyle and pay him, think that the ruling party is useless and toothless to the point that they just write statements. Is that what he said to you?
It is a true account of our conversation, and that is why I was so incensed. That's why I recounted it, because it's significant to the breakdown of our relationship. It's a significant factor when I knew that I think he had lost it, according to me. Yeah. And I was not, at some point he said I had a long-term view, as written here. I said, of course, what I'm going to be doing with myself for the next however many years.
So, and it's also your firm view that the Minister of Communications signed off on a document that was illegally constituted, and that document was then approved by the DTI.
What when we went to court, we tried to pull SABC file from Sipho. First, I think we were told there was an instruction that there must be approval from a director to pull an entity file. We pressed on, we used other lawyers because I was really ready for a fight, right? Then we had that file disappeared. I don't know who, but we never got the SABC file. Okay. That is what we were informed, that the file disappeared. I had paid people to go through that file, because what I needed was the evidence, like the 2011 document. That's all we needed. That this resolution from an AGM is there, it's signed by all the board members, as usual. The minister has signed the documents, Minister Tanapule. Until today, I've never seen former Minister Tanapule's signature on her own alleged document, let alone the board resolution.
Okay. And then, do you have anything piece of paper, anything that is evidence to the effect that Mr. Motsoeneng and Mr. Nazim Hoa were in the process of attempting to sell a portion of a national key point?
I don't think, you know how these things run. You are called on the phone and we discuss on the corridor. There isn't anything written. If I remember, the first thing that was going to be signed was a register, which I think the head of legal was there, then Mbulu, if I remember. To sign the register to say who was in the meeting. In my view, this was to then identify stumbling blocks. That's why I said there will be no register today, because this meeting did not happen, you know, until that document comes. That's why I didn't take this contract, because there were going to be follow-ups.
Yeah.
There was going to be a communication channel, right? And I wanted it dead then there. And without a possibility of another, because if another person had chaired that meeting, if I was deemed the problem, they would have met me at ESCO, right? Or the board committee.
Yeah.
And I would have shot it down there, because I would have made sure we took a resolution to say this thing didn't happen, so we didn't consider it. So you can't therefore come back with it.
Last question. Last question. This Mr. Raditabo, who succeeded you,
Yes.
is he from the Free State?
Yes, he is from the Free State.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm laughing because you did it in your time, for no other reason. I'm just laughing that you did it in 5 minutes. Mr. Masinga, thank you so much for making time. I do think that it was very useful information. As we've said, is there anybody from the SABC here to answer questions on behalf? Not anybody. Board members of the SABC? None? All right. Mr. Masinga, thank you very much, sir. As we indicate to every other member, our processes run until the 28th of February.
Okay.
If between now and the 28th of February there's something that comes to mind and you think it would be useful for our own mandate to strengthen our report, please feel free to call us. Once that information arrives at my office, we will share it with the committee and therefore with South Africans. So please, it's not the end of the road. You could give us as much information, if indeed there is more information that you'd want to share with us. Outside of that, sir, geniet u Kersfees en 'n voorspoedige nuwe jaar. No. You were an intellectual. That's why you said that. Happy Christmas and prosperous New Year. There's tea outside. I know our next guests have arrived. Sorry, we're just running a bit late. But everybody, there's tea outside. Can we have tea in 5 minutes and come back?
All right, you're watching live visuals from
All right. We are running late, and let us apologize to the next two. We are running late. Let us apologize to all our guests that will follow. Apologies that we've held you up, and I hope you forgive us. It doesn't happen all the time, but technology is playing up and those type of things, so please accept our apology. Our program, as you have it, honorable members, indicated that we are going to see what we call, in inverted commas, the SABC8. And we did indicate that they had agreed amongst themselves that only 4 would represent all 8 of them. And the way that we will do it is that we will split it into 2 sessions. So we'll have Ms. Krivani, Pillay, and Ms. Thandeka, Gqubule, for the first hour. Or so, 2 hours. And thereafter, we'll have a short break, and then we will have Mr. Vuyo Vokwana and Mr. Calata for the next 2 hours. So that's how we're going to handle it. We're not going to see all of them together, and they will engage in that fashion. They will decide, or they'll share amongst each other how they're going to share presentations and or questions, unless you're going to ask specific questions to specific individuals, but we'd leave that up to them. We also agreed, honorable members, that we will allow them to read statements like we did with one of the colleagues. There won't be any lead, and then we'll take it from there. So don't expect too much time. They have prepared, and they've kindly agreed that they will make their presentations, and immediately after their presentations, we will get into engagements. And Mr. Chauke, you'll be the first. I think you haven't had a turn to be first today, have you? You haven't? Okay, so we'll start this side and go around. And then with the next round, it will be with you, Mr. Mokoena, with the next group. So you prepare yourself. There's going to be no lead time. Can we start with you, Ms. Pillay? Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a committee may not be used against you in any court or outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. I have been advised, Ms. Pillay, that you have chosen to do the affirmation. If you could repeat after me with your mic on. I solemnly and sincerely declare.
I solemnly and sincerely declare.
And affirm.
And affirm.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Will be the truth.
Will be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So, I so affirm. If you could repeat those words.
I so affirm.
Thank you very much. And if you could move over to you, Ms. Gqubule. Am I pronouncing it? Gqubule, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon, ma'am. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or a committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Ma'am, I have been advised that you will take the oath. Is that correct?
I will take the oath.
If you could repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God. Ma'am?
I swear by Almighty God
That the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Having dispensed of that, Ms. Pillay, I am informed that you will start, so we will give you 20 minutes. And is that so you're going to start, is it? Yeah. And as we reach the 20 minutes, we will ask you to wrap up. Then we will ask your colleague, and the same thing, and then we'll open it up to members. So members will take notes for the first 40 minutes or so. Is that okay? It doesn't matter who starts.
Okay.
Are you going to say, no, it doesn't matter?
So we decided that I would start so that we could set the context for our cause and the evidence that we would lead before you here this evening. Good evening, Mhlali Ngaphambili, and members of the ad hoc committee. My name is Thandeka Gqubule-Mbeki. I'm the economics editor responsible for economics, business, and financial news across television, radio, and other platforms of the SABC. I have worked for the SABC in various capacities, on and off, over the years. I was a lecturer of journalism, so I'm a teacher, and having lectured at both Rhodes University in Grahamstown and at Monash University, South Africa, I hold a master's degree in journalism from the Columbia School of Journalism, New York. I feel this is necessary to explain this because herein lies some of the reasons for my decision to stand up and say no to the reign of terror in the newsroom wrought on us by Mr. Motswaneng and his cohorts. The reason I see it fit for me to immediately give you my background as a lecturer is because I have taught and insisted on journalism ethics to my students, some of whom report to me in the newsroom in my current job. And now we are increasingly required to subvert these very ethics of the profession in our daily operations, which contradict what I have always stood for and compromises me as a professional and in the eyes of our communities, our parents, the South African public, and all and sundry. I'm expected to act in line with the principles of journalism that I have sworn to and that I have instilled in others. At the SABC, we have borne painful witness to the death of public service journalism. Journalism is central to a democracy. Public service journalism is dying at the SABC. Every day, we, its journalists and editors, bear witness to a mandate betrayed. I was party in the early 90s to the drafting of the mandate. Discussions were held at the SABC under Zwelakhe Sisulu and under Christo Kritzinger in those days, and we discussed this very mandate. Some of us are not just professionally attached to this mandate or ethically bound to it, we are emotionally attached to it. Journalism is crucial to education, health, commerce, and the advancement of society in general. This is the consensus of our Constitution, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, with its breathtaking and sweeping jurisprudence. Our only legal and moral philosophical consensus as a country and as a people. As journalists practicing in the broadcasting space, we subscribe to the Code of Conduct and Ethics and the conduct laid down and out by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa, the BCCSA, which holds, among others, that broadcasting service licenses must report news truthfully, accurately, and fairly. It also says news must be presented in the correct context and in a fair manner, without intentional or negligent departure from the facts, whether by distortion, exaggeration, or misrepresentation, material omission, or summarization, or mischievous summarization, as we will show. For us to fulfill our public service mandate, we need a free press. This freedom, borrowing from the Bill of Rights, provides for independent scrutiny of the forces that shape society and is essential to realizing the promise of a democracy. It enables citizens to make informed judgments on issues of the day. And for example, on the day that I so pleaded with the head of news to allow our journalists who were actually shouting at me in the newsroom to do their jobs as the capital city was burning, people needed to know whether to send their kids to school that day. They needed to know which routes to take into the city. They needed to know where they could fetch water in the context. So we were not allowed to cover this as we should as journalists and provide the public service. Journalism enables citizens to make informed judgments on issues of the day, a role whose centrality is recognized by the South African Constitution. This is why many of us who understand these fundamentals were shocked at the 2013 announcement by the then COO, Mr. Hlaudi Motsoeneng, that from then onwards, the SABC would cover 70% so-called positive news. I've never been able to find out what that quite is, and 30% negative news. Any trained journalist would immediately find this odd, as news stories in any newsroom should be decided upon news values, newsworthiness being the highest among them, and nothing else. This is one of the illogical pronouncements and experiences that our editorial staff have had to contend with. We have already heard some accounts from this one of our best journalists who is on the coalface of these experiences, and that will be my colleagues here who will narrate to you their very harrowing experiences in the newsrooms of the South African Broadcasting Corporation. In this presentation, my colleagues will further demonstrate this dire state of affairs by first outlining the context within which these things are allowed to happen and are happening, the factors that make our newsrooms vulnerable to interference and political manipulation, the consequences of dissent in our newsroom, which we all know so well. You cannot imagine, honorable members, what we have been through just to sit here with you. To make it alive to this point has been a trial of the nerves. But here we are, by God's grace, talking to you about what has happened in that newsroom. An independent media, ladies and gentlemen, is not a luxury. It is not an extra that can be dispensed with when the executive arm of the state wills it. It is at the absolute core of equitable development. It is in the spirit that the South African Broadcasting Act was drafted. In their wisdom, the founding great minds of our Act and the Constitution engraved these freedoms into both the Constitution, the Broadcast Act, and the Bill of Rights. The absolute link between journalism and democracy in our national context is made in Chapter 2 of the South African Broadcasting Act. which proclaims that the South African broadcasting system is owned by the people. It further states that the national government is acting through the minister and is responsible for the achievement of this purpose and the constitutional mandate of broadcasting policy development. Now, let me turn to the protest policy, which is the spark or the straw that broke the camel's back. The practices of journalism have been subverted, as I've said, at the SABC. And under Mr. Motsoeneng's leadership, supported by the board, the state of affairs has been exacerbated. We are not saying here that it only began with Mr. Motsoeneng. We are saying that he exacerbated the situation with his high-handedness and his crude manipulation of news or requests that we do likewise. In May 2016, a decision taken and implemented by former SABC COO Hlaudi Motsoeneng smacked of pre-constitutional apartheid, the pre-constitutional apartheid era. In the build-up to the local government elections, residents continued to protest across the country to voice their dissatisfaction with the slow pace of basic service delivery, among other issues. Mr. Motsoeneng's response was to ban the broadcast of footage of those protests, thus muzzling the public voice. In a media statement, the SABC condemned the burning of public property, which of course should be condemned. However, it also should be covered. Mr. Motsoeneng contended that the very act of broadcasting amounted to promotion of such acts. The High Court in Gauteng has since proved him wrong and us right. Journalism is crucial, therefore. I just want to jump forward and say that Mr. Motsoeneng has imposed on us these bizarre notions of journalism. Every single law, every single prescript of journalism has been flaunted. Our own credibility has been put on the line, and if we were simply to lie down and be complicit in our silence over these matters, we would have put our careers in harm's way. During this time that we've been in the newsroom, I'll just jump to the events of the 18th of July. I was in the newsroom on that day. I was in a usual editorial meeting. In editorial meetings are by their nature called for the exchange of ideas. People disagree and discuss what is to be the issue, the news of the day. Now let me explain to you the nature of the editorial meeting. It's a round table, and we are joined on the line by all the people in all the regions who are the news editors for the day, or who are responsible for determining the news diary nationally, what is going to be listened to by over 25 million South Africans each day. So the editorial meeting is a meeting where we discuss stories and we put slugs to them. Slugs are précis of what, it's basically, in short, honorable members, the name of a story. On this particular day, there was a story, slugged protest. And that story was the R2K story. It was the Right to Know campaign that was to protest at various SABC sites, I think in Durban and in Johannesburg. And R2K protests are normally peaceful pickets. And the head of news, the acting head of news at the time, he's now been ensconced as head of news, Mr. Simon Tebele, said we need to kill that story. That story must not happen. And no discussion happened because of that silence. Then I spoke out. I said, I don't believe that we should kill the story, because this is a matter that goes to the heart of the issues of freedom of expression, and this matter may well end up in the courts of the country, and we ought to cover this story. there was a little bit of discussion after that, and then I said I would like to be recorded as dissenting, and that I do not agree with the decision by the head of news to kill the story. Futa Kricha and Suna Fente did likewise and objected to the killing of the story. Soon after that, we were called in and were served with suspension letters. Now, I thought a meeting is for that, unless it's a monologue, it's for discussion of views. What that did was to say that there is only one permissible view in the newsroom, and it is the view of those mandated and instructed by Mr. Motswaneng. Because when the head of news called us in to tell us that we were being suspended, I told him what he was doing was unlawful, it was incorrect and unjournalistic. And he said to me, I have my instructions. Now, I understand that later in courts he says that he was acting of his own volition and that he did not receive instructions to dismiss us and to suspend us. But I guess that's moot now. After that, we were called to, given less than 24 hours notice and called into a disciplinary hearing. At the disciplinary hearing, it was clear to us that there was no intention to proceed with the disciplinary hearing because there was a complete lack of seriousness at this disciplinary hearing. It actually did not feel much like a disciplinary hearing. And we were then dismissed after that, completely fired after that disciplinary hearing. We approached the labor court and we were reinstated. Since our reinstatement, none of the things that we objected to have changed. Instead, our colleagues began to see us as the sounding boards and the go-to people for their litany of complaints. As we approached Cape Town and as we opened up our phones, we were greeted by an avalanche of messages from hundreds of colleagues saying, our future is in your hands. Do not dare misrepresent us or let us down. We are hanging on this. So let me return to what happened when we returned to the SABC. One of the stories that happened post our reinstatement, well, it didn't exactly happen post our reinstatement, it was brought to us post our reinstatement. It is the story of Minister Mutambi and what she did to our colleagues in the Limpopo area. A colleague of ours by the name of Gqubule was sent to cover an imbizo in the northern province. He went and he asked the minister, as is his duty, questions about the migration to digital. And the minister, and I would like to quote from what the minister said to Gqubule Mbeki, who in Lepalale, Limpopo, on Monday, the 30th of November 2015, asked the minister questions about the country's much delayed migration to the digital program. I quote from a recording of that conversation that he sent to me. We are launching an Imbizo Focus Week here, said the minister. We are not doing any digital migration. Or you didn't get the proper briefing, did you? Because you are losing it. You must grab these things. This interview on digital migration several times is very boring, on a serious note. And I wouldn't like you to play that clip. I have realized very late. I thought you're gonna say this thing about, and then it becomes inaudible, because now is an Imbizo focus week. Re a utlwana bathong. Thus, the minister, a political figure and a member of the ruling party, to our horror and chagrin, had, as usual, acquired a taste for interfering directly in the operations and choices of the newsroom, directing a journalist which clips to play, what to do, what not to play. After the interview, and the minister had done this, the Limpopo, and she had dived into the shoes of the Limpopo editors by indicating which clips the SABC would play or not, and thus put herself in the position to make editorial decisions in violation of both the Companies Act and the Broadcasting Act, with both frown on severely on shareholders who and executive board members who involve themselves in the operations of a business and violating the spirit of the Broadcast Act. Gqubule was charged with bringing the SABC into disrepute by disrespecting the minister at the Imbizo. Gqubule was fired. He is no longer our colleague. We submit that the manner in which he was dealt with was unusually cruel and callous. More importantly, it was unlawful and unconstitutional, and we continue to demand his reinstatement. No one in senior management pointed out that our colleague was doing his public service duty in asking about the communications minister and when the country would finally meet its obligations. We all know that we had missed the June 15 deadline to switch from analog to digital or terrestrial TV. So it seems that the minister was rather sensitive about this switch to digital, and there was an overreaction there because Gqubule was summarily dismissed. His rights of freedom of expression and journalistic practice, guaranteed in the Constitution and Bill of Rights, were flagrantly flaunted. His life was destroyed, and his career unjustly lies in tatters between emails on my phone and calls to my SABC8 colleagues. Gqubule is not alone. There are many Gqubules in the regions of South Africa. Too many to go through today. Contrary to the requirements of the Broadcasting Act, which limit ministerial interference and directives, there has been more involvement of the Minister of Communications in the operations of the SABC. This was further cemented with the replacement of the SABC's Articles of Association with a Memorandum of Incorporation. I won't go much into that, but I will tell you the story of another one of our colleagues who has asked me to speak about this here. He is on record and he is sworn in an affidavit in our Constitutional Court matter. His name is Mwaba Phiri. And he stated under oath in an affidavit that there was a blatant attempt to editorially interfere with his coverage of the developments around the challenge to the vendor kingship. The close link between the minister and the vendor king is widely publicized. We are also aware of the pressure that our colleagues in Polokwane were put under in the coverage of this matter in particular, as well as the coverage around the VBS Bank, which, as we all know, paid back the money. Political and editorial interference of the crudest kind has repossessed the SABC from Polokwane to Durban to East London and Cape Town, from radio to TV and digital. News has become deeply tainted by improper demands by politicians for journalists to be loyal to them and to do their bidding and conceal their misdeeds. We heard of a myriad of experiences in the regions. Now, let me explain the Mwaba Phiri affidavit in a little more detail. The female contender to the vendor throne was invited, together with the current acting king, Tony Mpepu, to the studio on our program called Question Time. The king, Mr. Mpepu, declined to participate. However, the the contender to the throne, who is Ms. Masindi Mpepu, agreed to come to the studio. Soon after she had arrived and she was on air, Moaba Piri, who is the executive producer of that program, was asked to evacuate her from the studio. And he was told, and on the speakerphone on the other side, he says in his affidavit, and he said so to me, that there was Mr. Motswaneng, there was the head of news, Mr. Tebele, and there was Ms. Notando Maseko, the head of TV. And they said to him that as soon as it goes to ad break, they must get that woman out of the studio. And the anchor for the show was also persecuted, and he was even called in by his church for running a campaign against the vendor king. And there are requests from journalists up there in the vendor area that the harassment around the story became so intense that they approached the commissioner of police in that area. And the commissioner was then, the police there were then also told not to take on these cases, and the journalists were told to hold off on their cases of harassment up there because the matter will be resolved amicably. They were told this by Ms. Sibulelo Ditlhakanyana, the head of radio, and the head of news, Simon Tebele, who went up there to go and quell the storms that were happening up in that region. I will then narrate two of my own experiences very quickly, as I have only 8 minutes left. February 2014, as we approached the last election, not the previous election, the previous one, I was involved in a Bosberat where the planning for the elections took place. At that meeting, Mahlati Gallants, who is now the head of the South African National Editors Forum, rose to say that she's inviting all of us as colleagues to tell Mr. Motswaneng that we will no longer take any improper political instructions anymore. We are done with it. There were all the senior leaders of our newsrooms across the country at that meeting, and Mahlati was supported by Tammy Dixon of the Eastern Cape. I then supported them and agreed to refine our memo that would then go to Mr. Motswaneng, and it was a petition with a lot of support throughout the newsroom. We then refined it and sent it to Mr. Motswaneng, who came storming to the newsroom and said that he would act, he's not scared of us, he will act against us, and that the SABC has an agenda. At that meeting, Crosby Amos, who was later also disciplined under strange circumstances, read Mr. Motswaneng's 16(1)(a) of the South African Constitution, and some of us read him the Broadcasting Act and so on. So no one can say that he's unaware of what he's doing. And we said that drawing on these documents, we would no longer take any improper political instructions. And after promising to dismiss us, we understand that people went to Luthuli House to go and beg because letters of suspension had already been written for us. And the following day, Mr. Motswaneng came to the newsroom with his bodyguards, and he said he comes in the spirit of the Lord, God, and he's wearing his priest's cap on that particular day. We must be professional, and we must go back and work. We had by then already discussed what to do if he was to dismiss us, and we had seriously considered going to black. I will explain what that is in the cross-questioning. I don't want to take any more of your time. We have a litany of experiences and stories. The sum total of it is that the Broadcasting Act is no more. We live in a situation where the rule books, the Constitution, the law has been torn up, and we rule by might and might alone. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I deliberately moved it from 20 minutes to 30 minutes. Krivani, I'll do the same for you. It's just gone 5, so round about 5:30, I'll start looking at you with big eyes. You must know that by then it's your 30 minutes up. So go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and members of this ad hoc committee, to past and present colleagues of the SABC and the numerous people who have come to support us here today. My name is Krivani Pillay, and I'm the executive producer of SAFM Current Affairs, which falls within the news division of the SABC. I co-manage a team of producers and senior producers and anchors who collectively produce daily, weekday news and current affairs shows, namely AM Live, Midday Live, and PM Live, and Weekend AM Live, which is the news and current affairs show broadcast on a Saturday and Sunday morning. SAFM is the only English national public service news, information, and talk station in South Africa. As such, we reflect regional, national, and international news stories. Our mandate is to educate, inform, and entertain. But I'm also part of the group that's called the SABC8, a group of journalists who could no longer accept the unsound editorial decisions taken within the newsrooms at the SABC. At great personal and professional risk, we spoke out in the hopes that the editorial independence and credibility of our newsrooms across the country would be restored. We chose to stand up because we felt that our newsroom had become a source of derision, despair, and criticism from the people we are fundamentally accountable to, and that is the South African public. If we didn't stand up, the costs of not defending an independent public broadcaster would be insurmountable. If we didn't stand up, we wouldn't be able to practice journalism with integrity. And if we didn't stand up, those in positions of power would grab more and more of our sacred editorial space until there was nothing left. If I didn't stand up, I would be complicit in depriving more than 20 million South Africans who solely rely on the SABC as their primary source of news and information, of balanced, factual information compiled by journalists dedicated to objectivity. For all these reasons, this is why we stood up. So on the 26th of May, without consultation, we heard via a media statement that the former Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Hlaudi Motsoeneng, decided to implement what has now become known as the protest policy. This meant that the SABC would no longer cover the violent protests against public institutions. So on Sunday, the 29th of May, the issue was tackled on the editors program on SAFM Current Affairs. The editorial decision was questioned internally and came under attack not only by the media practitioners on the show, but also from our listeners. And the context of this was, if we weren't going to report that 30 schools in Vuwani were burnt, how can we remain silent? The decision to keep such information from our listeners carried the hallmark of a state broadcaster under apartheid. On the 31st of May 2016, I, together with Futa Krecha, the executive producer of RSG Current Affairs, was summoned to a meeting. In attendance was Mr. Motsoeneng, the acting GCEO, Jimmy Matthews, the acting group executive of news, Simon Tebele, Anton Hearnes, who introduced himself as the advisor to the COO, the General Manager of Radio News, Sipho, and SABC spokesperson, Mr. Kaiser Kganyago. At this meeting, Mr. Motswaneng stated, and I quote, "We are cleaning up the organization. People are doing their own stuff. There are many journalists outside that want to work for the SABC. The environment outside is bad. No person within the SABC is independent. The SABC is independent. This is the new SABC. You must adapt or find a job elsewhere. Editors Forum must go. It's advertising for rival newspapers." He added, and I quote, "If people do not dare get rid of them, we cannot have people who question management. This is the last time we'll have a meeting of this kind." Mr. Krige then asked Mr. Motswaneng what research or evidence was obtained to support the premise that the broadcasting of destruction of public property was a catalyst for more destruction of property. And this was Mr. Motswaneng's reply, and I quote, "You must defend the organization. No journalist is independent. The COO has final responsibility of news. If people do not dare get rid of them, we cannot have people who question management." Now, what really surprised us was the response we got from Mr. Jimmy Matthews. He said, "It's cold outside. If you do not like it, you can go. You've got two choices, the door or the window." Following the meeting, Ms. Sipho asked me to accompany her to the office of the PBS General Manager, Mr. Zoli Mapipa, where she informed him of Mr. Motswaneng's decision to immediately cancel the editor's section of Weekend AM Live, thus reducing the show by an hour. Mr. Mapipa then alerted the SAFM station manager, Mr. Dennis O'Donnell. This decision was effective from the 5th of June 2016 to date. I've received hundreds of emails from listeners, many of whom have complained to the BCCSA. One of them is actually a Stellenbosch University Arts and Social Sciences lecturer, Anita Yonka, who formally complained to the BCCSA on 11 June 2016 and to ICASA on 27 September 2016 about Mr. Motswaneng's unilateral decision to remove the editors, and I'm very happy to share that correspondence with the committee. With your permission, Honourable Chair, at this juncture, I would like to actually give a brief background to the program, The Editors. In my research, I haven't been able to establish the exact date that the program started, but a note from the station manager written in 1996 refers to the editors as having been on air for many years, at least since the dawn of democracy. The brief of the show was to always been to discuss with editors of newspapers and news organizations about how the media covered major stories of the week and to preview the forthcoming major stories. Now, it's important to remember that due to time constraints, current affairs can't cover every single story. So highlighting newspaper stories that we have not covered allows us to add value to our programming. For example, at the very first time when gang violence broke out in townships in Port Elizabeth, it was a local newspaper that had exclusive information, which we reflected in our newspaper slots and then subsequently added it into our news lineup. Now, the Broadcasting Act commits the public broadcaster to produce and broadcast, among other things, a plurality of views and a variety of news, information and analysis. To this end, the editors fulfilled that requirement by providing of the expression of views from voices independent of the SABC. This diversity of voices and dissection of how the media did its job offered a platform for listeners to hear a very candid discussion about how stories and their varied treatments of stories take place. This program afforded audiences the opportunity to critique and interrogate the handling of stories. So by cancelling this show, Mr. Motswaneng effectively silenced the diversity of views. Programs like The Editors are not peculiar to South Africa. It is common practice in local and international newsrooms to air such programs. Suffice to say that the show was running even before I got to the SABC. And Honourable Chair, I'm not saying that programs should never be cancelled, but what I am saying that shows come and go, but there needs to be valid reasons why they are cancelled. It would seem the only reason for the cancellation was that the program criticised the decision of Mr. Motsoeneng's protest policy. The argument Mr. Motsoeneng made that the program was promoting the sale of newspapers whose editors were interviewed is irrelevant, because newspapers are not in direct competition with the broadcaster. And Mr. Motsoeneng made this argument at the same time the SABC was promoting the Gupta-owned New Age newspaper through its New Age business briefings on SABC2. But our editorial woes did not start in May 2016. In February this year, a day before the State of the Nation address, I received an email saying there would be no analysis of President Zuma's address. My team was too embarrassed to call the analyst who was confirmed and already picked up her accreditation. I had to make the unfortunate call and cancelled her participation in the outside broadcast. And I registered my dissatisfaction with this decision. I protested to the General Manager of Radio News, and her response was, we had no choice in the matter. This was one of many occasions when I was forbidden to include analysis in my programming. Another such occasion was the 23rd of August, when Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Communications met the SABC board. I was again instructed not to include analysis on that. So go to the 6th and 7th of June 2016. A news workshop was convened in Magaliesburg to discuss the SABC's coverage of the upcoming local government elections. Mr. Krige, Mr. Mvoko, and I were in attendance. And at the workshop, Mr. Motsoeneng made the following deeply concerning remarks, and I know this because I was the minute taker. So I quote, "Do not focus on negative stories. Reporters at the SABC do not know the world. When they report, they mislead listeners. Today, I'm going to talk to the press club. To all editors, I'm going to tell them that they cannot try to influence the SABC. I'm going to tell them they cannot tell us what to do. Look at your editorial policy. We have removed news and replaced with content. If you, as the SABC, mess up the organization, you mess up your life. I am in charge. News is now part of operations. We change the world. We must have news with content. I am in charge. You must adhere to my instruction. President Zuma is the president of the country. I do not regard him as the ANC. You cannot treat him as the same. We will give him more time. And you can question everyone, Mantashe, etc., except our president. We need to respect him, especially you, SABC. I expect you all to align with my instruction," unquote. I've been a journalist for 16 years. 12 of those years have been at the public broadcaster, and never before have I experienced such political, editorial interference and deliberate manipulation of news content. And most concerning was the timing of these decisions, which came merely weeks before the local government elections. 2 weeks later, on the 23rd of June 2016, after debating the merits of the protest policy at the National Radio Daily Conference, my colleagues, Mrs. Thandeka, Gqubule-Mbeki, Mr. Futa Krige, and Ms. Suna Venter were suspended. On the 26th of June 2016, I, together with Ms. Busi Ntuli, who's seated behind me, she's the executive producer of the TV Current Affairs show, Special Assignment, and Mr. Jacques Steenkamp, a former investigative radio news reporter, wrote to Mr. Motsoeneng. In that correspondence, we registered our displeasure and increasing concern about the developments in our newsrooms. our letter referred to, in particular, the developments in the last 2 weeks of May 2016, where erroneous and unlawful editorial decisions heightened a sense of fear amongst our staff. The three of us expressed our disappointment that although the news conference should be a space for editorial engagement, debate, and the usual contestation of ideas, journalists were suppressing their views. They were becoming afraid to frankly discuss their views, which had a direct impact on the SABC's ability to comply with the Broadcasting Act. In addition, the decision to move the newspaper slots from AM Live and the editor's program from Weekend AM Live amounted to what I considered, and the three of us, political censorship and favoring a group within the African National Congress. We believed that the Southern decisions contradicted our governing policies and legislation, namely the SABC Editorial Code, the South African Broadcasting Act, and the South African Constitution. As journalists, we need to take seriously our obligations in terms of the policies of the SABC. It's a public institution which is important for the promotion of our democracy. We felt aggrieved because the decisions taken tainted the image of our institution and our journalistic integrity, and continues to be compromised by unconstitutional pronouncements that erode the credibility of the SABC and the journalists. In that letter, we voiced our disagreement with the suspension of our colleagues who are merely expressing their right to freedom of expression by simply debating and assessing the newsworthiness of events as expected. So consequently, we viewed those suspensions as acts of victimization. We were shocked by these pronouncements that fundamentally deprive the public of the right to know the whole story about developments in their communities and to display such stories in a responsible manner as per ICASA and BCCSA requirements. These pronouncements effectively render our newsrooms incapable of providing compelling audio and visual content that educate and inform the public and to disseminate balanced and accurate information. The omission of relevant audiovisual content and analysis is tantamount to propaganda. Ms. Ntuli, Mr. Steenkamp, and I requested an urgent meeting with Mr. Motsoeneng to discuss our concerns in the hope of a resolution. Our primary interest in sending this letter was to find some kind of solution. We hoped that the meeting would also reinstate the editor's program and the newspaper slots to restore our public image and uphold our integrity in the eyes of those we are meant to serve. We did not get a response to that letter, our request for a meeting. Instead, we received letters of disciplinary hearings, and then we were subsequently dismissed. Despite our win at the Labour Court and reinstatement on the 27th of July 2016, we've had to endure much criticism from those who've benefited from the Motsoeneng regime and implemented his unlawful instructions. Some of our colleagues said we were grandstanding. External musicians accused us of being against transformation. As recently as last week, the acting GCEO, Mr. James Aguma, told the media that we were merely discontented journalists. It's been a tough time for the SABC8. The stress of the events has taken a personal toll on each of us, most especially Suna Venter and Futa Krige. But we remain resolute and committed to this cause. Suna, in particular, is the youngest amongst us, but her strength and bravery, despite the threats, is a promising sign for journalism of our future. In our industry, it takes years for journalists to win the respect of fellow journalists and the public we serve. When audiences tune in, it's a sign that they trust in our news gathering process because we've gone about it with integrity and in good faith. Now, Mr. Motswaneng's unlawful and unsound editorial directives have raged against that, hurting our news delivery and causing severe reputational damage to our credibility as individuals. To me, it was personally damaging and painful that the editors and the newspaper slot was canned under my watch. And on a most personal level, it's been a very trying time for me at the public broadcaster, because as a journalist, one must always be driven by conscience. That is why I could no longer remain silent, no matter the consequences. There are many at the corporation who find themselves similarly compromised, and yet they still try to do their jobs to the best of their ability under trying circumstances every day. Mr. Motswaneng's instructions to me went directly against the International Journalism Code of Conduct, the Editorial Code of the SABC, and the legally binding documents of the South African Constitution and the Broadcasting Act, and my own personal values. These instructions by Mr. Motswaneng have created a rift between us in the office, between those who want to adhere to the Broadcasting Act and then those who fear losing their jobs. So a lot has been made about us, the SABC8, but we are only 8 among hundreds of journalists, producers, anchors, technical staff, cameramen and women, editors, logistic and admin staff at SABC News who remain loyal to the brand of SABC News and in turn the South African public. Now, as we headed here to Parliament, many colleagues stopped us in the corridors, as Thandeka told us. When we landed at the airport, we received tons of, I think it was 53 messages just on WhatsApp alone, pledging their support, not least because they too realized that this parliamentary process could be momentous in saving the SABC. Unethical editorial decisions attack the very core of the public broadcaster's mandate. They have robbed the public of the right to access uncensored information and undermined our right to do our jobs. But this could be a turning point. The fact that we've come to Parliament here today to share our experiences with you means that someone is prepared to listen. And not all is lost if an urgent intervention is made now. The SABC is an institution that can be saved, that we can be proud of again, if the will exists to throw it a lifeline. I thank you, honourable members.
Thandeka and Krivani, on behalf of every member of this committee here, and I think on behalf of many South Africans, please accept our apologies for what you went through. I think we collectively salute your courage and thank you for coming to appear before us, even in the face of all those challenges. Thank you very much. I shall open up to members. We had indicated that we'll start with you, Honourable Chauke. Your 5 minutes starts now, and we'll end with you, Honourable Mokoena. And thereafter, the second group will join us after a few minutes of a leg break. We are running late, as I indicated earlier on, honourable members, but you'll all have your 5 minutes. Honourable Chauke.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. It's one area that in the last 22 years, obvious, of my work doing oversight, I have never come across such a kind of a situation where you can see the collapse of democracy in our watch. But nonetheless, it's a painful situation, but I take it from the point that the chair has sort of calmed you down a little bit. In your presentation, you have not made mention of the board of SABC, both of presentations. Maybe I want to hear from you as to what has been the role of the board with all of this frustrations, interference, intimidation, threats, and all of that. What has been the role of the board there? Maybe I can start with that one first.
The board is obliged and it's duty bound and it's supposed by law to take care of the independence of the newsroom. The board has failed dismally in this respect. Under the leadership and the chairmanship of Mrs. Ellen Chabalala, I had one night, a harrowing night. Brian Molefe, who was then head of Transnet, came to the newsroom for an interview. He was asked normal journalistic questions by an anchor reporting to me, Ms. Frances Hurd. These questions related to the purchase of locomotives by Transnet. And she asked him normal questions that he could have anticipated and that were in the public domain. Instead, an altercation happened on air where he was extremely aggrieved. We had to come out of that interview elegantly, and when we stood down, he left the building. I was home and I was called back to the office. I was called by my relatives, my best friend, the minister's brother, to come back to the office because whatever I have done to anger Mr. Molefe, I would be advised to stop it. I returned to the office and the security guards at the gates downstairs were shivering and they said, "Thandeka, is that your guest?" And I said, I understand I have a guest here tonight. Turned out Mr. Molefe was waiting for us in the upstairs visitors' waiting room. He had his finger in Frances Hurd's face and he was asking her if it's the shape of his nose that warranted such a line of questioning. I then said to him that Frances had asked perfectly legitimate questions that he could have anticipated. He was in the company of a gentleman, young man called Sibonelo Sigonyela. Mr. Molefe then said, "We must go and see Sis Ellen," as he put it. And I said, "Who is that?" He said, "Don't you know your chairman? Come and we need to go upstairs to the 27th floor, to whichever floor she was on. It was very high. For the first time, I didn't use my entrance thing to buzz in. The gates simply opened. And I was escorted with his bodyguards and his people to that high office. Before going there, I had phoned Jimmy Matthews to say, "I'm now being taken to the chairman's office. What is your comment? Because I can't go to the chairman jumping over a whole number of hurdles." He said, "Well, go and let me know." And when I arrived there, the secretary of the board of the SABC was there. She's the same secretary who's still secretary of the board now. The entire evening was an assault on journalism and on myself. I was told by Mr. Sigonyela, who's my former student from Rhodes, and by Mr. Molefe and the chairman of the board, that we think we are gods. We think we can question anybody, and that I should sanction, gag, or discipline or fire Frances. I said I will do no such. She's a highly trained MBA qualified journalist. I would neither gag her, nor discipline her, nor prevent her from doing her work. It was a long night. We left there very late. And what I can just say for sure is that neither the chairman nor Mr. Molefe distinguished themselves that night and declared themselves enemies of journalism. Another incident involved the chairman at what we call rediffusions. It was Chairman Ellen Chabalala. She told us at that rediffusion, every SMS, every email, every phone call, we're listening. This is a national key point. Now, how are we supposed to conduct journalism for anonymous sources? How are we supposed to protect the integrity and the sanctity of our sources as journalists under those circumstances? But this, she told us, at a rediffusion. Rediffusion is a system much like you have in George Orwell's 1984, where Mr. Motsoneng or the chairperson beamed themselves on screens throughout the corporation and throughout the country, saying and making various pronouncements, normally assaults on journalism. The board is complicit in the death of journalism at the SABC.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll have another round, unfortunately. Yeah, we'll try and do it. But there's still another round. We'll try and fuse them all in because this is the same issue. Honorable Killian.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would like to thank them for being here so that we can really get to the root cause and root at the bottom of all of this. Could you please just indicate to us, was there a need for a change in editorial policy? And if so, what was the process that was conducted prior to those amendments having been presented, I believe, during February this year to the board? During, by the way, meetings that seem to have been incorrect meetings of the SABC board. And apparently they adopted the editorial, the changes. Could you please just elaborate further on that? Do you know what sort of prompted that? And what was the role of the acting group executive during your most difficult time? It was Mr. Jimmy Matthews. Did he change his attitude from being promoted? Could you please elaborate further on that?
Let me speak to the editorial policy of 2016. It's our recommendation as journalists, representing hundreds of other journalists in the newsroom, that the editorial policy of 2016 is unlawful. It was unlawfully adopted, its procedures circumvented many discussions, and in fact, Honorable Killian, with respect, we should be asking you what happened to the process. We should be asking Parliament, because every policy of that kind needs to come past Parliament. And it has to pass muster here with the representatives of the South African people prior to it being given the stamp of approval by the board and all others, and given to us to execute as policy. Now, the editorial policy of 2016 is flawed in 4 significant ways, and I'll be brief. The first way in which it is flawed is that it replaces news with content. What is content? I can't for the likes of me, and I've taught journalism a lot throughout the years, I can't understand what content is. News, I know, and news is what journalists do. Content, maybe it's for entertainers and, isidingo and generations and so on. So we don't understand what content is. And what is the role of content in an editorial policy? So that's highly inappropriate in the first place. So it means that it kills journalism, basically, this editorial policy. The second thing is, there is, at the heart of this editorial policy of 2016, a referral upwards. And that referral upwards installs Mr. Motsoneng, as he put it, as the alpha and the omega. It installs him at the apex of the system of editorial decision-making. Now, that is improper, because universally, the world over, journalism makes a distinction, and it's a sacred distinction, between those who run the commercial operations, the advertising, and the administrative functions of a media house, and the newsroom. There ought to be a Chinese wall. It is as sacred to journalism as the separation of powers is sacred to democracy. So, by collapsing that referral upwards, instead of giving it to somebody like perhaps a public ombudsman who is a journalist of high standing in the journalistic community, or a public editor, or an editor of editors, the editor-in-chief becomes Mr. Motsoeneng. And the 2016 editorial policy shifted it from the CEO, and it seemed to me that Mr. Jimin Matthews complied with that arrangement, or didn't, to my knowledge, object to it. It's highly inappropriate. The other thing that is wrong with the 2016 editorial policy is the manner in which it was adopted, circumventing many consultation processes and not going through the right. The way it was inaugurated at the Bosperad when we first heard of it, it was a display of utter bravado. This is not a policy for journalists to be proud of or to think, to adhere to. It must be struck down. It's unconstitutional and it's improper.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Members, let me just warn you, you're going to have only one bite at the cherry. So choose your questions. I don't think you're going to put two questions in. Honorable Loliwe.
Thanks, Chair. Ms. Gqubule, I just want us to go to page 11 of your presentation. It talks to the appointment of Ms. Nothando Maseko, where it is said that it was part of transformation initiative to empower women. In the previous witness we had before you, there was a saying where Mr. Cloud was quoted as saying he can't be told what to do by a woman. What is your understanding of his stance against women?
Honorable Loliwe, Mr. Motsoeneng is a man who makes the rules, breaks the same rules. So I can't, for the likes of me, reconcile some of his statements, because when he appointed Ms. Nothando Maseko, he announced that Ms. Nothando Maseko has been appointed as head of television news, and she was formerly the executive producer of Morning Live. He said Ms. Maseko will also be an understudy to Mr. Matthews to take over the role from him when he leaves. He also expressed his happiness and pride that he had appointed to senior roles several women.
I hope you leave the document you have promised, because you have a note there which is saying document attached. The second area I want us to go to is on page 12, bullet number 4 of your recommendations, where you are saying the possible appointment of a news ombuds who will defend the newsroom, blah, blah, blah. What is it that the current one is not doing, which needs his or her replacement?
Honorable Loliwe, thank you for the question. There is no news ombudsman inside the corporation. The news ombudsman idea as a recommendation arose out of research that we, as the SABC8, conducted, and discussions that we've had with journalists from other countries about how to protect and ruggedize a newsroom and solidify it from political interference. We brought it here as a recommendation that may work, as many across the world have tried. For example, in the process of denazifying the media in Germany after the Second World War, the institution of an internal ombudsman to whom the referral upwards post would go, where there are disputes as to what is a story treatment, and disputes about how a story should be approached, particularly political stories. The ombudsman, ma'am, is there to guard against bias and to ensure that news is balanced and fair. The ombudsman is normally an individual who is beyond reproach, much like the public protector is to those aggrieved by mistreatment or maladministration in the public sector or by public institutions. The Ombudsman is the editor of all editors. It's to him or her that we go in cases of dispute. And the Ombudsman often is a journalist of high standing and can be an ex officio member of the board, can participate in the ethics and social committee of the board, and also can be appointed transparently. This would help in a highly polarized newsroom such as ours. It's our humble submission. We are uncertain as to whether it's appropriate for us to make this submission, but it is our contribution perhaps to the solutions, having traveled this journey that we've traveled.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, Honorable Koza.
Chair, thank you very much. Madam Gqubule-Mbeki and Pillay, first of all, I want to say you are phenomenal women indeed, and I'm very proud of you for being courageous. And as a member of the African National Congress, I want to tell you that I'm appalled and extremely horrified to hear what you've just taken us through. Having said that, I just want to know from you, where do you think, or do you feel that you were failed by the board, the minister, and the portfolio committee in terms of this degeneration of governance at SABC to a point where we deprived our people or we stunted our people? Because I believe strongly that if you are going to come up with these kinds of policies, you are actually stunting our people and prohibiting them to graduate to the next level that is envisaged by this democracy.
Honorable Koza, I'll take that question. Yes to all of your questions. Parliament let us down. The board let us down. The minister let us down. Our acting GCO at the time, Jimmy Matthews, let us down. All of these people sold out journalists and sold out journalism. For example, Mr. Matthews has an illustrious journalism career. He's worked his way up from a cameraman to a reporter to a producer, etc. But when he got to the position of acting GCEO, it was like all of that was out the window, in his words. Take the window or take the door. The minister failed us. She interfered unlawfully. Mr. Motswaneng certainly failed us. It was like he didn't have a clue what was in the Broadcasting Act. The board failed us because they allowed Mr. Motswaneng to unilaterally do what he wanted. With all due respect, Parliament failed us. On the 23rd of August 2016, members of the Portfolio Committee on Communications sat back and just accepted what the board said. And they called us names in that hearing or in that meeting, and nobody stood up. They called us unethical and they called us liars. We've been through enough already. We're not prepared to put the gauntlet down just yet. We're in for the long haul. But it is now up to you to make the change. We appeal to you.
Thank you. Would you then agree that this propagandist approach does not only undermine democracy, but hits directly on the bottom line
of definitely.
SABC and
Absolutely.
its financial sustainability? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Koza. Mafanda.
Thanks, Chair. I too am extremely appalled by what I've heard. I am very pleased today that the Western Cape High Court has ruled that Mr. Motswaneng cannot return to the SABC. I am equally appalled by the behavior of the Minister of Communications. But because this is an inquisitorial process, I'll reserve my comments about what should happen to her. Now, the GE of news while all of this is happening, it's Sophie Mokoena. Who is it?
Simon Tebele.
Simon Tebele. So he was part of what I see as a group, an enforcer for Mr. Motsoeneng. Who were the other enforcers besides Mr. Tebele?
On my part, the other enforcers is the General Manager of Radio News, Ms. Sibulelo de Tlakanyane. On yours, Thandeka?
Based on my specific experiences, Ms. Nothando Maseko would say things like she doesn't agree with the way we cover the currency, and particularly after 9/12, the Nenegate incident, we had much to discuss, so I would say that she's one of the enforcers. Also, I would put Ms. Sophie Mokoena along.
Yes, could you all provide us with the list of those enforcers? I think along with Mr. Motsoeneng and everybody else who must be held accountable, I think those enforcers too must be held accountable. And then in terms of the revised editorial policy, were you ever, I needed this to be quite clear, were you ever consulted as news producers, as editors, in it being revised?
I returned to the broadcaster after a bit of a break working at other broadcasters. So by the time I had returned, the consultation process was done. So that was February 2015. Can you elaborate from that point onwards?
I'm not too certain of the dates, but there was a circular inviting us to comment.
Can I come back later to my other question?
There is no later. And that's nice.
But there's another, the second round is scheduled. No. Mr. Honorable Masango.
Chair, thank you to Madam Pillay and Gqubule. Apologies. Well, in your positions, one would assume that you would do some uncovering of persons in your space. Oh, that thing now has started, Chair. And let me just conclude my question. Perhaps when it is fixed, they will respond to the question. Who is Mr. Motsoeneng? And who is Mr. Aguma?
Law unto themselves?
No, I know, but who are they? I would like to know them. How do I locate them? Who are these people?
Well, Mr. Motsoeneng is, as of today, I'm not sure whether he will adhere to the Western Cape High Court ruling, but Mr. James Aguma is the acting GCEO of the corporation.
Yes, I know those positions,
yeah.
But I said uncover. Do we know who these peoples are and what their agendas are at SABC? I think that's how.
Honorable Mahlangu, sir, it's difficult to answer your question, but we can attempt. Mr. Motsoeneng has been in the SABC system for most of his career or all of his career. I understand that he began in the Homeland Administration and then entered into our system through that. We journalists, we're a strange fraternity because the barriers to entry are very low. We are not like doctors or lawyers where you have to go through a certain licensing process and so on. So I guess he became one of us even though we don't regard him as a journalist. We perhaps see him as one who sells broadcasting technologies and the ability to beam them to the highest political bidder.
Chair, the next question that I would like to ask, in your presentation, you raised the benefactors of Mr. Mtswening. Are you able to locate them and perhaps bring them to our attention?
Well, one of the things that we had experienced is at the time of our SABC editorial interference campaign was the same time as the 90-10 policy that was implemented. So the musicians had confused the editorial fight with the fight for the local content. So as our fight was unfolding, the musicians held a press briefing not far from the SABC and said that they would lay down their lives for Mr. Mtswening, that the 8 of us were against transformation. They conflated two ideas, and they basically confused and swayed the public interest that the 8 of us were against the 90-10 local content, whilst our fight had nothing to do with that. Our fight was about editorial independence. So that would be one of the backers. There have been very brazen colleagues who have told us that we are grandstanding in the office. I suppose, you could consider them to be a backer of Mr. Mtswening, but I don't have proof. But I'd be happy to give it some more thought and come back to the committee.
If you could just elucidate one or two things that you believe if we can do will rescue you from this heist.
Honorable Mahlangu, sir, thank you very much for that. We look forward to putting certain ideas forward as to how we can right the wrongs at the broadcaster and return to a healthy broadcasting environment. The first thing that we need to address is the issue of the damage to the broadcaster wrought by the anti-intellectualism. Journalism is essentially about the creation of knowledge, and it is the first record of history. So it goes to the very root of epistemology, and we need highly trained journalists. We need journalists who can discern and learn and adapt to a fast evolving world. If it is possible in any way to redeem the newsroom, we can do so through a fast-tracked, intense massification of global training for the newsroom, so that our journalists know that universally this is how things ought to be. And I'm not talking about only exposing our journalists to Western-type newsrooms, but newsrooms throughout the world. And I'm not talking about only exposing them to newsrooms that operate for profit, because we are not that. We are newsrooms that operate for the public and for the people and for development, to expose them to all the ethoses of journalism, to the buffet of world journalism, as a way of, the brain drain at the SABC is profound, and you can see it in the quality of what we produce. So please, if we can have that kind of training ethos after the cinders of this, what's going on. The second thing I quickly want to say is that please investigate the Ombuds idea. And thirdly, the Broadcasting Act is exceedingly clear on training, and it is also exceedingly clear on the responsibilities of the board. So if the social committee is not discussing ethics and the contribution of core business to society, what is it discussing? Handing out houses. So, if the Social and Ethics Committee could be extended to include the obligations of the board to actually look after the health of the newsroom, it would be helpful. Thank you.
Very quickly on my wish list, I'd like the editors program to return back on SAFM, the newspaper slots as well, and I don't want phone calls saying no analysis.
Honorable Swartz, please put your mic off, Mr. Lukhanyo.
Chairperson, and again from my side, and I just want to join the sentiments expressed by other members, almost a sense of outrage. We've heard in the newspaper, but to hear it firsthand from you, I'm absolutely appalled at the way you've been treated, the way Mr. Molefe, who gives him the right? Who gives him the right to come to the SABC? Chairperson, this must stop. We as MPs have got to do something about this. We need to hold the minister accountable. We need to hold Mr. Motsoneng and all senior officials accountable. We owe you an apology. We have erred and not exercised our oversight. That having been said, with the Neni Gate, what was the direct instruction to you, considering that last year this time our bond market and equities lost 500 billion rand? I'd like you just to clarify that. And then secondly, to help us going forward, the recommendations that you've mentioned are very helpful. The one that and you've mentioned a few, the one I'd like you to refer to is the process of appointing senior news executives in the head office and the regions. If you'd like to spend a bit of time explaining how that could help you. We believe the truth will set us free, and that's what journalism is all about. Thank you.
You've got 4 minutes in your response.
As to the issue of Mr. Molefe, well, he's been crying, we've been crying, so I guess things even out in the end. With regards to I'm trying to explain, to find a way to explain, it wasn't so much an instruction, it was a lot of leaning on to say, refrain from the narrative that says the president crashed the currencies, the equity markets, and the bond markets. And with us explaining that the rand generally trades in a basket of emerging market currencies. And on that day, the rand was behaving uniquely in a way that
Okay, we're bringing you live visuals from Parliament. We seem to have lost the audio temporarily. I can confirm that that is a technical glitch. We're going to monitor Parliament.
Let's take a minutes break and let's sort this thing out. I think it responds that is a problem now.
No, not that.
All right, so you can see that we have the audio back from Parliament, but it looks like they are now taking a break. We know that there will be more testimony tonight from the so-called SABC8, the journalists who were suspended, fired, who have fought to return to the public broadcaster and are now revealing their experiences at the SABC. The Parliament still to hear, for instance, from another former employee, Vuyo Vokwana. So we will take you live to those proceedings. Let's take a break in the meantime.
Did you know the big hole digging started in 1871 and ended on the 14th August 1914?
1, 2, 1, 2. I think.
One, two.
All right, can we proceed? Let me just indicate also that you guys are working too hard. I'm being informed that part of the problem is that the system heats up. So we're going to be very strict on 10 minutes because we're going to take a break, and hopefully the break will allow it to cool off. So it's Mr. Swart's question that we will repeat because it was halfway through, and then Mr. Mokwena's question. But I am asking Krivani and Thandeka, please, if we can respect the 5 minutes, because it's 5 minutes both ways, and then we'll break for lunch, for dinner. Hopefully then it'll have cooled down and then it won't happen anymore. Please repeat your question, Mr. Swartz, because I think it got lost.
Yes, I think you started to answer the nanny gate, so we've dealt with that. But just on your recommendations, if you'd like to unpack the issue of the appointment, the process of appointing senior news executives in the head office and the regions, and any other issue you might want to, such as the healthy separation between editorial operations and the executive as well. Your recommendations, I thought, were very helpful going forward. Thank you.
I think that the Labour Relations Act, if it's followed properly, and the requirements that we advertise posts, that the process is transparent, if those are followed properly, then then you're going to get a sense of having a meritocracy would return. I would like to think more deeply about it and perhaps write to you later.
Yes, yes. And then just on the issue where you indicate the possibility of an investigation into the extent of political interference, we've now heard in the SABC
the lack of healthy separation between editorial operations and the executive, would you say that that investigation, that is basically what we are doing here as well as part of this inquiry, as well as the interference of the minister in the editorial content of the SABC? So if you would like to add to that, feel free to, but also later you can add it in writing as well, because that is the heart of this inquiry now. Bearing in mind you've already had an investigation by the public protector some years ago as well.
Honorable Swatse, the distinction between the editorial and the executive and business side of the newsroom needs to be restored. And one way of doing that is scrapping the requirement that the CEO or the COO are editor-in-chief, and installing somebody who is essentially a news and editorial person, but a person of high standing with a dotted line perhaps to the CEO, with a dotted, well, ex officio member of the board, as well as he's the one who represents us to the BCCSA, as well as perhaps he could sit on the Ethics and Social Committee of the board, as well as have some kind of relationship with Parliament. We don't want to ruffle or go against the grain of existing legislation, because we feel that if adhered to, it is really good. But those are tentatively our recommendations. The other thing about appointments is that the process of vetting the board needs to be perhaps a little more transparent and a little more vigorous.
I thank you very much, Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chair. I would strongly recommend that I be given 30 minutes on this issue. No, thank you very much. I've been following your story, and it's interesting. The issues that you raise in your input, in terms of political interference in news broadcasting, are not new. And I'm in no way belittling your input, because I think it is valuable, because what it does is that it heightens the issues. What is new, though, is the depths to which we've gone. I think we're at a new low now. But you know, it's what happens when democracies begin to crumble. It sort of reminds one of the rise of Joseph Goebbels in Hitler's Third Reich. This is what happens when dictatorships begin to develop. What I find interesting in the stage that we're in is that we know that political interference has been there, but it's been party political. The new law now is the fact that it's now going into factional issues, that it is now beginning to pinpoint individuals within organization and punting their names. And I think this is an interesting argument, especially for the ruling party, that needs to be investigated, because I think we're beginning, and it's also interesting because in the crumble of democracy, key institutions begin to crumble too. We've seen what's happened to ESCOM, Transnet, SABC, and so on. And it's interesting, ironical, that Brian Molefe will come into the SABC and be pointing fingers at people while on TV, while we're discussing ESCOM, he's crying. We're in a very interesting time. We're in an extremely interesting time. Now, I'm glad that the production floor is here. I'm going to ask my questions. The other way that this sort of stage then begins to crumble democracy is during elections. Now, one of the executives had once said that there was a moratorium that the EFF must not be covered. And I'm not speaking just for EFF, please do forgive me. But I need to know, at that level of elections, what kind of political interference that would border on interfering with the character of democracy that we hold in this country are you experiencing at the SABC? And then I'll come to the next question.
Unfortunately, you're not going to come to the next one because you get such a long input. You've got just 1 minute, and I'm going to stop you after 1 minute.
I think I was with Mr. Matthews on ENCA or ETV when he made the admission that he had been party to a decision to starve the EFF of coverage. Now, we've already said this repeatedly. That is not the journalist's custom. It should not be our habit. And we look forward to the day where we no longer receive those instructions. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right.
But I need, and the extent to, I'm not just talking about the EFF, but the extent to which that kind of interference is happening.
Honorable Mokoena, so we've, in terms of content of our presentation, that job is actually, we've given it to our esteemed Lukhanyo Kalata, who has all those examples, including that of your own party. Thanks.
All right. It's been a long, hard day. One more to go after this. It is now, Cindy, 8:30, 6:30. Can we have a leg stretch until 7 o'clock? And we will reconvene at 7 o'clock and be out of here by 8:30, 9 o'clock at the latest. That's your choice. Otherwise, we work on Christmas Day, Ms. Van Dam. Remember your Christmas Day arguments? All right. Can members please reconvene in E209 immediately? Immediately we finish here. And to the rest of our colleagues, we reconvene at 7 o'clock sharp, and then we will, at 7 o'clock, take input from Mr. Mvoko and Mr. Calata, very much in the same vein. And this time we're going to start with you, Mr. Mokoena, because I think we ended with you. So you're going to be the first one, and we'll end with Mr. Chauke. Thank you very much. We see each other at 7 o'clock. we've reached our last set of presentations for today. Continuation of SABC Journalists. Mr. Mvoko and Mr. Kalata. Excuse me. Again, we will follow the same process. I'm not sure how you're going to handle it, gentlemen, but we'll give you an hour. You'll see how you share that hour. And then members will have an hour to do their follow-up. And we'll call it quits for today. Because I know that many of you will be probably rushing to go home at the end of this. Let me just remind you what is happening tomorrow. We start at 9:30. Professor Khumalo, an ex-board member, will be the first up. He will be followed by Mr. Shushu, who is the former head of procurement. At 2 o'clock, we'll have Ms. Teresa Geldenhuys. And at 4 o'clock, we'll have Professor Makuve. So that is the line-up for tomorrow. As for the rest of today, we have, as I indicated, Mr. Mvoko and Mr. Kalata. And let's start with you, Mr. Mvoko. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Sir, I've been informed that you have opted to take the oath, so if you could repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God
That the evidence I shall give.
that the evidence I shall give
Will be the truth.
will be the truth,
The whole truth.
the whole truth,
And nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Please raise your hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Mr. Kalata, please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are required, however, I beg your pardon, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings, Likewise, I've been informed that you have opted to take the oath. Please repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Can we, it is now 7:10, so you have until 8:10 at the absolute latest to do your presentations. You'll decide how you proceed, and thereafter members will engage with the presentations. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. The decision is that I will go first, and then Mr. Mvoko will end the presentations for us. I just want to firstly say thank you very much. Firstly, good evening, and thank you very much to everybody for inviting us. I trust that you guys are all well. Anyway, my name is Lukhanyo Kalata. I work for SABC as a TV news reporter, and I'm based here in Parliament. I've been employed in this position as a TV reporter since January 3rd, 2011. And I'd like to take the next few minutes to share with you incidents that are both personal and witnessed during my employment at the SABC. And I hope that these will hopefully illustrate to you that there's an unwanted culture and history of news censorship and or news distortion in the SABC newsroom. I just, by way of background, I just thought I'd tell you that as a child, I've never wanted to do anything else. I've known from a very young age that this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to become a journalist. I had never wanted to become a doctor or a lawyer or any of those things. I've always wanted to become a journalist. And as a kid, growing up in Cradock, I used to watch SABC1, I used to watch the news on SABC1, 2 and 3. And we would watch the news religiously, and I'd listen to the radio because that's what I wanted to do. Now and again, on the news bulletins, there would be stories about the Cradock 4, and my father's name would be mentioned. My mother would sometimes be on the news, and that for me was always a sense of affirmation that this is where I need to go. So I qualified from a former Peninsula Technikon with a National Diploma in Journalism in 2003. And I started working as a journalist. Same year, I was offered a position at a radio station. And I just, obviously I was very happy. And I think one of the things that, as a kid watching SABC, I don't think if you speak to any journalist in South Africa today, they'll all mention some kind of link that they had with the SABC, because either SABC radio or SABC television, and I've always wanted to be in broadcast. So I went into broadcast journalism because, I wanted to work for the SABC. I had to go and gain experience and work at other agencies. Excuse me. So by the time I started at the SABC in 2011, I'd already had about 8 years experience as a television and radio news reporter. And that's why I think I was, excuse me. That's why I think I remember I was a little bit taken aback the first time an incident happened that I considered to have been unjournalistic, that I considered to have been unlawful. It was the night of the State of the Nation address in 2014. And I had been part of the live broadcast of the President's address. Usually afterwards we do a live broadcast. After the State of the Nation address, we would interview political parties and certain stakeholders, and they would be live on television. And that year, because it was an election year, as political parties do, we give them the platform, you know, and they were seriously, highly critical of the president in the State of the Nation. We understand it's an election year. They're given the platform to be on live television. And they were highly critical. Anyway, so we wrapped the broadcast. I was walking to the office, and just as I got to the entrance of the Marx building, Jimmy Matthews walked out. I was walking in, Jimmy Matthews walked out. And he congratulated me on being part of a successful broadcast, and I was very happy, you know, because the big boss said I did a good job. And then he grabbed me like I was wearing a black jacket, so he grabbed me by the scruff of the neck like this. It wasn't in an aggressive manner, but he just grabbed me, obviously, to get his attention. And then he said to me,
This is a radio station. It's not 8 o'clock. The kids are watching.
Anyway, so he grabbed me like this, and then he said, I mustn't get him into trouble, but he had used another word. And that I must go out, and I must go in there, basically, and I must go cut him positive sound bites. Now, my understanding of that was, my interpretation at least of it was, I must go inside, where we had to prepare news bulletins for the next morning, with the reactions, what the political parties had said and everything. And I couldn't use, based on his instruction, I couldn't use sound bites that were critical of the president. I only had to choose reactions that portrayed the president in the president's State of the Nation address in a positive light. Fortunately for me, that evening, I wasn't assigned to working the next morning or doing the stories for the next morning. So I went to the parliamentary editor, Mr. Vuyo Green, and I relayed to him the instruction that was told to me by Jimmy Matthews. Mr. Green suggested that I go relay that information, that same instruction, to the gentleman that was actually assigned to doing the stories the next morning, Mr. Bulelani Philip. I declined. I said to Mr. Green, look, I can't go to Mr. Philip because we're peers, we're on the same level. So I think if such an instruction were to be relayed, it's better that it comes from our line manager, because I can't go and do something like that. Anyway, for me, that was the end of that. I was done with it. I didn't want anything more to do with it. That was February 2014. Now, if I can jump to much later, the second incident happened in December 2014. We were busy working on packages that reflected some of the highlights of the parliamentary year. One of the key things that had happened in the first session, if I can call it that, of the Fifth Parliament was the day in November when the EFF had disrupted the President's State of the Nation questions to the President in the House. Then they were chanting, "Pay back the money." So obviously that was an historical event that happened inside the National Assembly. And if we were doing packages that were looking back at the year, that was a key moment of 2014. During that afternoon, assignments editor, Isabel de Taillefer, she walked into the newsroom and she just casually mentioned that the footage of the EFF chanting "Pay back the money" was banned. We couldn't use that footage anymore. So I just went ahead and I completely disregarded her instruction. I put together my piece because I was working on the story. I put it together. I fed it to Johannesburg. And then before it aired, that same afternoon, I received a phone call from Mr. Nyana Mulite. I'm not exactly sure about what his title is. But then Mr. Mulite's first question to me said to me, "Calata, why are you trying to get me into trouble?" It's like, what did I do now? He says, did I not get the instruction that the footage of the EFF was banned? So I said, well, I didn't know if, if that was a proper instruction, because I didn't see an email, I didn't see anything that was in writing. So we ended up getting into a bit of a conversation about it. And I was taking him on, and I was challenging him on the decision as to why the footage was banned, why was there no email, why was there nothing. This was just a conversation. Mr. Mulete then asked me the question. He said, Kalata, are you prepared to pay for, to feed my children if they have to go to bed hungry at night? So I then said, oh, well, I mean, I would hate for your children to have to hold me responsible for them having to go to bed hungry at night. Then he said, well, we're going to, he asked me to go and re-edit my package. I said, well, I'm not in the office anymore. I can't do it. Then he said, okay, well, we're going to re-edit out your package from this side. I said, well, there's nothing I can do about that. Shortly thereafter, I received a phone call from a colleague from the city press. And I had been, I'd been so incensed by my conversation with Mr. Mulete. And the City Press Journal asked me if I could confirm what had happened, or if I could confirm that this is information that she got. And I just went ahead. I was really in a state where I couldn't believe that really this thing had happened. I confirmed it, and the article appeared in the paper that, the SABC had banned footage of the EFF. The next year, February 2015, again, similar process. Oh, before then, the parliamentary editor came back in January 2015, and he was obviously under a little bit of pressure, I think, because there was this information that had come from Parliament, and it had portrayed the SABC in a bad light because somebody from Parliament had confirmed that the SABC had illegally banned the footage of the EFF. And then in a meeting, the parliamentary editor, I think he was under pressure, but he said that it was wrong for that to happen, that we shouldn't speak out because, speaking to the media is considered to be speaking outside of the house of the SABC. And he said that if he knew or if he had evidence of the person who had leaked that information to the city press, that person would be fired on the spot. I then challenged him. I said, you know what, I actually wished I had leaked it. Anyway. And then again in February, when we were preparing for the State of the Nation address, February 2015, I was once again required to put together a preview package to say, okay, well, the president is expected in the House, that this would be the first time that he and the EFF are back under the same roof. And the last time the president and the EFF were in the same roof, under the same roof, this is what had happened. I put my story together, but I was then told that under no circumstances was I supposed to use that footage, like I could not use it. I then took the matter up with the parliamentary editor, who, once he couldn't give me a satisfactory answer, he said I must call a gentleman by the name of Simon Tebele. He called Mr. Tebele from his office, from his phone in his office. Mr. Tebele then said to me, no, we must speak privately. Mr. Green must give me his number so that I could call him. And I did. And we got into an argument telephonically, and again, me raising the issue of how can that footage be banned? It's something that happened within the National Assembly. It is wrong. It goes against the codes of the SABC and the editorial independence of the SABC and the editorial policy and those kinds of things. Then Mr. Tebele said to me, okay, how about we reach a compromise? I said, okay, what's your compromise? He said, I will allow you to use the footage, but you can't use the audio that goes with the footage. Yeah. So, and I agreed to the compromise. Otherwise, I would have no visuals to use. I would have blank spaces in my package. So I said, okay, I agree, because at least I could cover my piece. I could show members of the EFF, you know, knocking on the desks and doing that, but the audio that accompanied it, we couldn't allow to use it. Now, my understanding is that that's distortion. That's just my understanding of what that was. But anyway, I used that. I used the footage. And then, much later, yeah. Then there was a day when I can't remember the date, I'm sorry. We were working on stories. Parliament was in session, and Mr. Mzikwankwa from the UDM was busy. He was making this speech, or he was debating in the National Assembly. Mr. Green, the parliamentary editor, then came into the office, and he, you know, asked me, you know, said, well, you know, the Mr. Kwankwa and what he was saying, maybe we shouldn't use him in the package, you know, because he's a little bit critical, or we must tone it down a bit. So, and I said, that's not right. You can't come and walk in here and come and tell me that, no, we can't use this guy, or we can't do this guy. It's unfair of you to do so. Now, everybody who in the office, they know that, I mean, my relationship with our editor is very volatile, if I can call it that. So, and then he was obviously insisting that we take the story in this direction, and I believe that the story must go in the other direction. And then I said to him, that the reason why it was okay, what he was asking me to do, he was asking me to self-censor myself. And I said to him that I couldn't do that. And the reason why I felt that he could come into the newsroom to come and ask one of these journalists to censor themselves was because he himself wasn't a journalist. I mean, he studied communications. And the day before, we had gotten into a conversation where he was telling me how, when they were studying, how they, you know, how they never really did television much. And they did mostly advertising and mostly PR stuff, and, you know, not real journalism. So then I had said to him that the reason why he could ask me to censor myself was because he wasn't a real journalist. You know, he had studied communications. And that flipped him out. He then started by telling everybody in the office that all the journalists in the office, they did not study at university. We could not allow, we weren't allowed to speak to him because we weren't on his level. You know, because we were Technicon graduates, and yeah, he was a university graduate. But anyway, after that, I just lost complete respect for him, because I figured if somebody makes an argument like that, well, I mean, you know, you don't really entertain them further. The other incident would happen much later in the year. Also, while this time I was actually acting editor, and I had assigned one of my colleagues, Gqubule-Mbeki, to do a story about the year that was, and the president, who essentially all the times the president had been in the House. And in 2015, we had the now infamous, with the president when he was responding to Nkandla and everything. Once Gqubule-Mbeki had worked on that package, it was a year-end wrap, and we had worked on it for about 4 days. At the end of the Thursday, the afternoon, we were ready to feed it to Joburg because we were done with the package. I got a call from Mr. Mlit, and he said we shouldn't even bother feeding Mr. Phillips' package to Johannesburg because it would not make it to air. I asked why. He said, well, because packages that I had done the week prior, some of them had been considered to be too critical of the president and of the government. And he did not think that a package like this that was looking at the president specifically was going to make it to air. Now, we had spent 4 days working on that thing, sir, and it's a lot of effort. Anyway, Bulelani I had to relay the message to him because I had to relay the message to him, and he was very incensed because he couldn't understand why the decision had to wait up until we had spent, up until the 11th hour, basically, before they could then let us, where they could tell us that this package, we couldn't send it to Johannesburg. And then just 2 final issues. For us as reporters in Parliament, there's 4 television reporters, and we each have different beats as per the different committees. And nobody wants to do the communications beat. Nobody. Because the communications beat would involve covering the Portfolio Committee on Communications, and sometimes SABC board and SABC executive would come to the Portfolio Committee, and that's never a story that you want to do, because you will get an instruction directly from Johannesburg. I've received phone calls from basically everybody in Johannesburg. Nothando Maseko, and Nyana, Simon, all of them have at various stages said, no, we can't go with that. You must use this soundbite. A couple of years ago, Mr. Mtweneng had come and he had appeared before the Portfolio Committee, and he had responded to the committee on the issue of the New Age newspaper. The committee had asked him about the deal. And I had felt that Mr. Mtweneng hadn't really responded, hadn't really addressed the issue that was being asked by the committee members. So I didn't use him in my package because he hadn't said anything of substance. I play in a band, and on that, it was a Tuesday. On that Tuesday night, I was called at about 8:30. I was busy playing with my band. I was called out of band practice by a gentleman, former regional editor, Jeffrey Twala. He called me out of the band practice that I must come back to Parliament, to the office, and I must rework my package and include Mr. Mtweneng. I tried to argue and I said, sir, but Mr. Mtweneng did not say anything of substance to the committee. He said, no, I must use him. So my package at night, the Tuesday night, and my package the following morning were very different, because the Tuesday night package did not have Mr. Mtweneng in it. And I had to struggle. I remember trying to sit there and looking for a soundbite of Mr. Mtweneng that I could use. Eventually, I settled on a soundbite where he said, the new age, this is me quoting him, he said, the new age, as you know, they are new, like the new age. Now, because he hadn't said anything that I could use, but because that was the most coherent soundbite or anything that I could use of him, I then had to use him in my package. And just the final issue that I would like to mention was that we've also faced quite a lot of intimidation in our office. One of my colleagues about two Decembers ago was people that claimed to have been from SABC's forensic department walked into the office while the office was full with journalists, came and grabbed her laptop, unplugged the laptop, and confiscated it. A couple of days later, she was interrogated for about 2 hours. Eventually, right at the end of it, she was asking, please tell me why I'm here, because she had no idea. All she knew was that these guys came in, they grabbed a laptop. She tells a funny story that she thought that they were confiscating a laptop because she was Googling too much of the Kardashians. Because she didn't know what, eventually, at the end, they told her that she had been suspected of leaking information to a Democratic Alliance MP. Now, what the forensic guys had found was that this particular MP had sent an email to her. Right? So because an MP had sent an email to a SABC journalist, the forensic guys came, confiscated her laptop, and interrogated her for 2 hours. It's just one of the things that happened there, sir. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, members of the committee, let me thank you for giving us this opportunity. My name is Vuyo Mvoko, and I'm a journalist with 25 years experience. I have spent 9 of those years altogether at the SABC, first as a political editor, group political editor, between 2002 and 2006, and then between 2011 and now in various other capacity. My title at the moment, I go by the title of contributing editor. I have a very specific brief to focus on broadcasts of national importance, everything from the opening of Parliament, celebrations of national days, like Freedom Day, like Reconciliation Day. I'm the lead anchor when it comes to such events as, for instance, the official funerals of former heads of state or other people who get official funerals. A part of my brief also is to give commentary and analysis on issues of national importance, whether, for example, a civilian plane unexpectedly lands at Waterkloof, or state organs are at each other's throat, or the goings-on between and within political parties. Broadly speaking, the body politic. That's what I do. And maybe I should add that it was a special arrangement given the challenges that the SABC said it faced, but also how they thought I could then help fill the gaps where those gaps had been identified. Taking into account, of course, my experience and the previous roles that I had played at the SABC. My colleagues have outlined in great detail some of the unfortunate events that have brought us where we are today. Like all of them, I'm hopeful that this inquiry will go a long way towards helping all of us get to the bottom of what went wrong and hopefully come up with very concrete steps to rectify the problems that have been identified since last week. Let me hasten to add that we are not here to present ourselves as people who know everything there is to know about broadcasting, or even the nature of the problems that we're seeing at the SABC. we are no cleverer than any of our colleagues, more than 1,000 of them, who, I believe, given a chance, they too would have wanted to come here and relate their own stories. We're not coming here with a holier-than-thou attitude either, for we believe that in certain instances we may have been just as complicit as a lot of people who remain at the SABC, or those who may have gone. But we do believe that we're bringing hopes and aspirations of the people who work in that newsroom and who want to see change, and want to see change like yesterday. We hope that by sharing the insights that we've had, Lukhanyo, Krivani, and Thandeka sharing, you will work with us and with everybody else who believes something really needs to be done and needs to be done now. Very briefly, how did I come to be part of this group of called the SABC8? I was sitting in my office it was on a Monday, July 4. There was a briefing taking place in Mill Park. First of all, I never got to understand even why we were taking this particular briefing line. It was a very mundane briefing. It started by musicians, music promoters, artists, taking turns singing the praises of one Mr. Gqubule-Mbeki, in large part for the decision to play 90% local content on SABC radio stations. Then the focus suddenly changed into like insults and criticism of anyone who was seen to be against Mr. Mbeki. People were being labeled, and all sorts of things were being said about them being reactionary, and about them being captured by a big capital that wants to capture the SABC. Now, for someone who has employed some of the people who are at the SABC, or who has had an influence in bringing in some young, energetic journalist who really wanted to make a difference, for someone who had seen colleagues turning into animals that could no longer recognize, for someone who was seeing people with great potential, but who were sitting there hopelessly, not knowing what to do, and just getting on with whatever they could do on a day for as long as it didn't threaten their job, or for as long as they were not to get into doing just as much to make sure, or making every effort to ensure that they never got into trouble. For someone who had seen bosses that I had always spoken to, that I would walk into certain people's offices without having to make an appointment to discuss things that were going on in the newsroom, as we sought to do the best that we could do. And to see those people having changed completely from what they once were to animals we could no longer recognize was painful. So I wrote this piece, and it was published in independent newspapers, The Star, Pretoria News, and others. A couple of weeks before, the colleagues who are here and the other three that are not here had been suspended for merely pointing out the wrongs that were taking place at the SABC. The previous Friday, joined by other journalists, civil society organizations, some of whom are here, they had marched to the SABC and to Constitution Hill to highlight the plight of journalists at the SABC, but to bring, perhaps more importantly, to bring to the attention of South Africa the shenanigans that were going on there. Now, from the speeches of the people who were gathered at this Mill Park hotel where there was this briefing, a briefing which, it must be underlined, the news division was told to cover and to cover live as far as possible. My colleagues were traitors. My colleagues didn't support the 90% local content thing that Tlhaudi Motsoeneng had spearheaded. They were part of some conspiracy to capture the SABC and to destroy the proud legacy of Mr. Motsoeneng. I got worried because, for nothing could have been further from the truth. My worry turned into fear when some of the people who were at this briefing started speaking a language that said they were prepared to lay down their lives from Comrade Tlhaudi and those types of things. Because growing up in the township in the late 70s and in the 80s, one got to witness, consequences of some of what happened, where well-meaning people who were zealously guarding their struggle would be told by misinformed or less informed people that Nansi Mbimbi, and everyone would run after that person. They would be beaten to a pulp. Their homes would be burnt down, or they would be necklaced. All because someone acted on misinformation. And the enemies of our struggle in those days were quick to use what was happening at the time to discredit what was a very legitimate struggle of the people of this country. Having personally witnessed or knowing of various incidents of intimidation, of censorship, and of improper interference in editorial decisions at the SABC, I knew that my colleagues had been suspended for speaking the truth, and their actions had nothing to do with the conspiracies that they were being accused of. They were being persecuted for their courage to speak against indiscretions that no journalist ought to put up with. I went home that evening very troubled, and I decided to write that piece. The piece, within the limitations imposed by 900 words, sought to give a historical context to what is currently happening at the SABC, how challenges that generations of South Africans grappled with as they tried to change the SABC from a propaganda machine of the apartheid government to an instrument that can educate, inform, and entertain South Africans. The article showed or tried to show how some of the people who were tasked with transforming the SABC at times faltered. In fact, muddied the waters and leaving behind them a trail of destruction. In the face of denials by some, including the minister, including the executive at the SABC, that there was censorship, my article sought to point out specific instances that I thought debunked the myths that were being perpetrated by those who are responsible for running or looking after the SABC. The article argued that it was wrong to use legitimate causes like the plight of our artists. We know that some of our artists died paupers. I argued that it was wrong to use such acts as the destruction of public property by criminals and thugs to camouflage illegal or irrational decisions that the executive, with being aided and abetted by the board, were taking. The article stated that people do differ or come from different vantage points, but there are laws in this country. There are regulations and procedures at the SABC or resting with the regulator to ensure that we deal with those issues. You don't wake up and declare policy. There are ways to do that. The day after the article was published, I was, of course, effectively suspended to this day. The SABC said I had breached the terms of my contract, which I obviously disputed. They then said they were investigating the matter further, and while they were investigating, they would not schedule me, so I would not be paid. So I remain in limbo. I've been to the High Court to challenge that decision, but the judge essentially refused to hear the case, arguing that I was putting the cart before the horse because the SABC was still busy with an investigation. We should wait until that investigation is completed and only then approach the courts if need be. Of course, more than 5 months later, nothing has come of that investigation. And that's despite the fact that the very same Judge Fritz van Oosten specifically asked the SABC not only to expeditiously resolve the dispute, but also to attend to the matters I had raised with in my affidavit. And those matters were matters dealing with censorship and improper orders being given to journalists. I suppose just like they did with the Public Protector report on the Hlaudi Motsoeneng issues, with large parts of that judgment being in its favor, the SABC chose to ignore the rest of the things that the judge had asked it to do. Maybe I should point out that while the matter was still before the High Court, the SABC did ask me to withdraw my public statements, the things I had written, the things I had put in affidavits, in return for being returning to work, which I obviously refused, for the things I had said were true. And perhaps I should highlight before the committee that Mr. Chairman and the committee, in its replying papers, the SABC didn't contest or dispute any of the things that I had written in either the article that I wrote or the affidavits that I have filed with the courts under oath. In my court papers challenging the SABC's decision not to schedule me, I cite specific incidents of censorship and intimidation. I mentioned, for example, how a show that I was hosting, On the Record, was abruptly canned, incidentally, the day after I had Thuli Madonsela, among others, as a guest on the show, and subsequently announced during that same show that the next day we would be discussing this phenomenon or concept of state capture. The show, that was the last day the show was on air. One Jimmy Matthews, the next day, wanted me disciplined for merely tweeting that there would be no show that evening. In another instance, Hlaudi Motsoeneng ordered through acting political editor Sophie Mokoena that I be told to not even mention the ANC while analyzing DA or EFF manifestos. I mean, it's analysis. In another instance, Nothando Maseko, who was the acting head of news at the time, cut out, this was February last year, 2015, cut out, without consulting me, bits of a pre-recorded interview I did with the president after the State of the Nation address. Those are only some of the incidents that I had, those were, just some of the incidents that I'd highlighted in both my affidavits and in the piece that I wrote. Enough about me, Honorable Chair and honorable members, except to say the journalists you are seeing here in front of you are not part of any conspiracy to oust one Hlaudi Motsoeneng or anybody for that matter. If there are people plotting to capture the SABC, as it is being alleged, we want to be the first to expose them. And that's exactly why we're here. Millions of South Africans still depend on the 4 television channels and 18 radio stations that are under the control of the SABC for their news. We dare not fail them. Our news has to be truthful. Our news has to be credible. Credibility is our only currency. So we need your help to restore the credibility and integrity of the news that we put out there. Together, let's use this opportunity, let's use this inquiry to protect and cushion the biggest newsroom in this country from political and financial pressures, and from those aspiring celebrities and, dare I say, crooks. The SABC exists ostensibly to inform, to educate, and to entertain. Imagine an SABC journalist's dilemma, having to write and analyze matric results. At the same briefing, your editor-in-chief says, in front of the Minister of Education, he doesn't believe in the value of education. He tells matriculants who are getting their certificates on the day that what they consider to be something that's going to open doors to the rest to what is a brighter future is in fact not worth the paper that is written on. That it is in fact a worthless piece of paper. Now, as parliamentarians, you approve budgets. You know that we spend more on education in this country than we spend on any other vote. And there's a reason for that. It's because we value education. We know where it can take us as a nation. But the editor-in-chief, of course, of your national broadcaster is going to tell you that all that many educated people know how to do is to read the whole day. They don't have time to think. Don't ask me about matric certificate. Ask me if I can do the job. We need to make people like Hlaudi in the SABC, he says. Now, in addition to educating and informing, the SABC has to entertain. And the reason you are laughing is because it's funny. The things he says are very funny. If only they were not, or the implications thereof were not as serious. Certainly coming from an editor-in-chief of an important national institution that's supposed to inform, educate, and entertain the people of this country. What SABC executives haven't informed you about is that they have allowed SABC money to be used to build a rival channel, ANN 7. Morning Live resources get diverted to pay for the production costs of those TNA breakfasts that you see. Yet the money that the owners of TNA make, none of it, not a cent, goes to the SABC. From the millions they make through sponsorship to the tables that they sell at those breakfasts, they do not spend, they do not take any of that to the SABC, except perhaps to the people who make things happen for them. SABC News spends 2, 3, sometimes $500,000 for one of those TNA breakfasts, I'm told, to put it on air, because we pay for the production costs. We pay for the presenters to be there, for the presenters, for all those people, that whole tribe that has to travel to Bloemfontein or to the Northern Cape to do those broadcasts. The owners of TNA don't pay any of that money. And they've been open. When they couldn't succeed in taking over the news of the SABC, they put up a rival channel to take on the SABC, but it's the SABC that has to pay for its downfall and to build this alternative channel. Now, the SABC does periodic appraisals of the performances of its news bulletins and its current affairs programs. Those ARs, if you were to ask the SABC to furnish you with that information, will show you how we are bleeding, how we are ceding ground to competition, how we're using our money that we are supposed to bring better bulletins, better current affairs programs to prep up competitors. But then, maybe you'd be wasting time, because the editor-in-chief of the SABC once said that he doesn't believe in scientific research, he believes in practicality. As I try to conclude, the big questions are, how did we get here, and what do we do? I'd be lying if I suggested to you that the problems we are seeing at the SABC are new, as my colleagues have said. There were attempts to censor before. There were attempts by newsmakers or people close to them to lean on those in charge at the SABC for us to come up with particular narratives on certain stories. So not all was hunky-dory. I mean, I remember back in, I think it was 2004, the NGC of the ANC. One of the questions we put to the president at the time, President Gqubule-Mbeki, was whether he wanted to stay on. We're facing serious threats at the time. We wanted to, change had to come. But people realized that certain things could not be done if institutions like the SABC were still under the control of certain people and were not there at the disposal of everyone to, so to speak, level the playing fields. Some of you will recall how even the first board of the SABC was appointed. It was an open process, very public. Everyone was scrutinized, their qualifications, their schools of thought, their world view. Even when the former, or the president at the time, F.W. de Klerk, tried to steer that process in a different direction, refusing to appoint certain people who were deserving. He was exposed, and as soon as we had gone past the election, former President Nelson Mandela changed all that and put a proper board that looked, or at least tried, to do what the SABC ought to do. Those men and women tried their level best. Of course, there were challenges. They succeeded to a lesser or greater extent to do certain things, but then they passed the baton on to others. But somewhere along the way, we dropped the ball. in such instances, for example, as when the Minister of Communications came to Parliament and said, give the COO all the editorial powers, make him the editor-in-chief. Maybe no one saw it coming. No one thought that that posed a danger. But it was instances like those that brought us to where we are. We're saying we're here and let's try and deal with them. We're here to help you do that. And so I'm sure are millions of South Africans. Thank you.
Honorable Mokoena, your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Chair. I'm interested in continuing with the line of questioning that I had earlier on. There was manipulation. We know of extensive manipulation of information, especially about the EFF, especially around that period of the elections in 2014. If you could elaborate on any other examples, we would appreciate that. And then, two, I just want to rely on your collective memory, your collective experience, and the time span that you've had as journalists, and just take me back to the history of Hlaudi Motsoeneng. He comes from the Free State. And I know for a fact that in the Free State, there's huge manipulation, especially of Lesedi FM, which I've been told is controlled from the Premier's office. And he does that through the support of Hlaudi Motsoeneng. And I do want to examine that trajectory, because I think it will take us to the origin of the problem. I'll end there, and then if there's more time, I'll ask more questions.
Thanks very much, sir. I don't offhand, unfortunately, can't recall any further incidents where, particularly here in Parliament, there was an issue with us in the EFF. I think it was on those two issues that related to the banning of the footage that relate to the EFF that I can recall off the top of my head. But other than that, really, I think we got to a stage in the office where there would be enough of resistance coming from us as the journalists to make sure, for instance, that whatever unlawful or unethical instructions were coming, we would fight. In our office, I doubt that there's anybody that's got less than 10 years experience working as a journalist. So it's quite a senior office, if you could call it that. And we really, the understanding that we have is that the office in Johannesburg considers us a problematic office, to the sense that we don't necessarily toe the line. I'll make you an example. I know you asked about the EFF, so sorry. But for instance, the responsibility...
So also just save my time so that we can...
Sorry. If I could just make this example. As the parliamentary office, whenever the president appears in the House, we can't report on that. If the president is here in Parliament, as an office, we can't report on that. It must be done by remote in Johannesburg. As just an example. I'm sorry.
Well, there's an instance, or incident I remember. I went to, I think it was the anniversary of Marikana, if I'm not mistaken, which was a story, like I went there. We're a team. Where upon we had technical problems in Rustenburg. So we had to drive back with the camera guy, and because we were running really close, so I had to do the story, even though someone else was going to do it, just so that we can speed things up. And when I got to the office, the assignment editor on duty on the day said an instruction had come from Mr. Matthews that we should not use the leader of the EFF on the story. I, of course, called him and told him that we were going to use it because that decision would have been arbitrary and there was no particular reason why we wouldn't. And he said something along the lines of what he once told Lukhanyo, that as long as it is not going to put him in something. I remember also another incident where I think it was the first fallout between Andile Mngxitama and the EFF leadership. And there again, every effort was made for us to get onto the story, to interview him and so on. No prizes for guessing why that was. With regard to Mr. Motsoeneng, frankly, I don't know him much except as a producer between 2002 and 2006, when he was a producer at Lesedi. He was one of the producers who would call me as the political editor at the time to go on their shows, current affairs shows, to do whatever they would ask me to do. Fast forward to 2011, when I got back to the SABC. Initially, my first brief was to do election debates. But 2 weeks before we started with the election debates, Mr. Phil Molefe asked me to do the sort of customary interview with the president, post-State of the Nation interview with the president. And
15 seconds.
Okay, on the day, just to cut a long story short, on the day, I saw another side of Mr. Motsoeneng. He walked into the parliamentary office. We were there with Mr. Molefe. And then the first thing he said was he didn't understand. It was me and Mr. Molefe. And then he said he was in the newsroom where the rest of the journalists were, and he didn't understand why they didn't stand up for him when he walked in. And then when we went to TNA an hour later to speak to the president, I did the interview. And after doing the interview, I was doing some, the pleasantries and doing small talk with the president. He then walked in and said, and waiting for me to finish, which I didn't feel the sort of an urgent need to do. And while I was still talking to the president, the door opens, and it was Mr. Molefe. The way Mr. Motsoeneng chased Mr. Molefe out of that door is something that still ignores in my mind still. And I don't know how a head of news at the time, which Mr. Molefe was, could be chased away like a dog as Mr. Motsoeneng did.
Thank you, sir.
But that's the little that I know about him, apart from everything else that I've said.
Ngizamile Putwa. Ngizamile, 7 minutes. 7 minutes, Ngizamile. Was it 10 minutes? I'm being nice to him. Mr. Masango.
Chair, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just one quick question. Please just answer with one word. Are the journalists, yourselves and whoever else, still getting threats from Mr. Motsoeneng and company?
We don't know for sure where the threats come from. But I think reasonable people can make assumptions about who would have a stake or an interest in the story that has been told over the past week, for it not to be told. But as this collective of journalists, we felt the issues we're putting before you are more important than anything that has happened to any one of us. we would urge you to put what we're putting before you first. And we have been told, we have been assured that the police are still busy investigating. We'll await the outcome of that, but we do, we're saying it comes with the territory. We've chosen to come forward and volunteer the information that we have, and we would want that to be the focus.
Thank you. Chair, I think, Chairperson, we must take some measure of responsibility us as parliamentarians for failure to protect and salvage the SABC. Failure in our oversight, and I think we can't dig our heads in the sand. Some of us have just learned about this, but it is a reflection of our failure to do our work. Let me make a commitment, Chair, as we were celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Constitution, to restate what that Constitution contains in subsection 16 of Chapter 2 in the Bill of Rights. That commitment is what we, as elected representatives, took an oath before the nation and the world and said, we shall live by this. And I think on behalf of the collective here, and I think for the 460 members of Parliament, we must make that commitment, that we will stand by yourselves. We will rescue this national asset from the morass that we have allowed it to get into. Well, I've been asking a question as to who is Mr. Mtswening, and I've not received a sufficient response, but I'm fine. I think whatever we have, we will live with it, but I think we still have a responsibility to smoke him out and really understand as to what and who are we dealing with. I'm happy that I will not be receiving any response because I think I just wanted to make that statement, Chair. Thank you.
I thank you, sir. Honorable Swartz.
Thank you, Chairperson. And again, we wish to commend you for your courage in coming forward. Thank you for the information that you've shared with us, and we take it very earnestly. And as Mr. Mshlangu said, we owe you a debt of gratitude and an apology for not exercising our oversight properly. And we trust that it will be a seminal moment moving forward with the information that you've shared with us. One does wonder, however, what the power behind Mr. Mtswening, because the information that one of the examples that was given was at the matric certificate handing out, where there was a statement made about matric certificates being useless. Why on earth did the Minister of Education not countermand that outrageous statement? So that does suggest that Mr. Mtswening at that stage might have had support from right to the top, President Zuma. Would you care to comment on that?
Except to say, Honorable Swartz, that it baffles us just as much as it baffles you.
Thank you. Then I'd like more information. Another issue that came up earlier was the issue of the editors' program being canned because it gave publicity to a newspaper, other newspapers. And now we hear about the New Age breakfasts being funded by the SABC indirectly, which is directly contradicting why that other why the editor's program was canned. But surely, as you say, this is startling again, that SABC funds are being used, Morning Live funds, as you've indicated, are being used to fund a rival television station. Are you able to give us, maybe in writing, more information on that issue? you might have sources or something that you might be able to give us, because that to me is outrageous and can also impact upon the financial stability of the SABC going forward. And of course, the issue relating to the Gupta family comes up very strongly in that regard. Do you have more information on that?
We're under oath, aren't we? So, as I have said, the SABC pays for the costs of, if, for example, when I had, I was anchoring, say, on the record, if I want to go and record an episode, whether it's at the Apartheid Museum or anywhere for that matter, I have to then have the budget. My unit has to have the budget to then go and, Now, someone is going to argue, or will probably argue, that it's internal costs. But when you've exhausted it, you've exhausted it. If, for example, Morning Live 3, 4, 5 months before the end of the financial year wants to do whatever it wants to do an OB, like a very legitimate one. Let's say it wants to go to Marikana on the back of what the presidency announced a few days ago. It may be told that you can't go and do that very critical story because you've already exhausted your funds. And that's a direct impact that something like that has. And if I tell you that they even wanted more. A few years ago when I was doing Sunday Live, we started Sunday Live, they came and that had already been agreed to. I don't know by who, but I was summoned to an office only to be told that from next month, TNA is going to take 1 week every month to do provincial TNAs. What that meant was that each month, you're going to go to the Free State, to the Eastern Cape, and so on and so on. And how that was going to happen, I was told, was that I'd stand on the stage, do the openings and all of that. And then a second presenter from TNA would go and be with the crowd and everybody else. They would then ask the audience the questions. And how the audience was going to be, like 50% of the invitees would come from the host province. In other words, the premier and the MECs would invite 50%, and then 25% would come from TNA and 25% would come from the SABC, meaning 75% would come from people that they would have invited, and their anchor would have been in control of what goes out on air. And this is a news program or current affairs.
Honorable Khoza.
Chair, I want to align myself with what Honorable Swart has just expressed. And especially to you, Mr. Mvoko, I think one has to acknowledge the loss of income and the pain and that your family has had to endure, not just yourself. I think it's important for us to do that. And if you would kindly be monosyllabic, I just want yes or no answer in this particular question. Is there sufficient appreciation at SABC that it has to be self-sustaining because the national fiscus is under immense pressure due to the service delivery backlogs that we have in South Africa and the poverty levels that we have in the country? Is there appreciation, sufficient appreciation, at least by your board members or even Mutswaneng and those people?
There isn't, Honorable Khoza.
Okay. How are advertisement revenues being negatively impacted by the news censorship and the other policies emanating from the opus of totalitarianism at SABC?
If I may, ma'am.
Yes.
Well, I can't really tell you about how advertising revenues, what the numbers are. But I can tell you that, as Mr. Mvoko has already alluded to, journalists and news, we function on the whole premise of credibility. Everything around news is based on credibility. Now, if you and I go to a press conference, Mr. Smith, who is the chairperson, says this, but I go and I report something else, or I put a slant on what Mr. Smith has said, and you go and you report what Mr. Smith has said, I lose credibility in that. If the minute that I lose credibility, I lose audience ratings. People don't watch my news because they don't trust, they don't believe that we're reporting the news to them. So the advertisers look at the numbers and they say, but we can't advertise there because the audience ratings are down.
I think that answers my question. And I want to, this is brutally provocative. Over the weekend, we saw the top 250 richest people in South Africa. And one of the Gupta brothers is now worth 10 billion, more than even Petrus Matsepe. Will it be reasonable to attribute some of this to the erosion of the moral code in doing business with the state and state entities?
Do I?
Okay, sorry.
Well, I think a lot of people have spoken, or a lot has been written also about that company or those proprietors, their way of doing business. So maybe Thandeka can expand on it. But certainly from where I'm coming from, as someone who is obviously deprived of resources to be competitive, for the SABC to be able to do what it is supposed to do, it can only mean one thing: that someone is being enriched or enriched further, but unfortunately at the expense of your national public broadcaster. That goes without saying.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Honorable Oliver.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Mvoko, sometimes when you don't want to appear as being too critical, you tend to hang yourself. I'm raising that because at your introductory part of the report, you say, we are not coming here with a holier-than-thou attitude either. Is this implying that you also had a fair share in putting SABC to the state it is now?
Honorable Loliwe, there is something that journalists say is self-censorship. It's a huge part of what is wrong at the SABC, because people have had to think about their livelihoods. People have had to, because openly, there's something called rediffusion at the SABC, where the executive or the board speaks to staff and all the regions and offices are linked. People will be told in no uncertain terms that if they don't toe the line, they will be out. As my colleague said previously, as Thandeka and Krivani said, that you would be told in no uncertain terms, that it's the door or the window. You would be told that if you don't accept what management tells you to do, there are lots and lots of journalists waiting. Please indulge me just for another 15, 20 seconds, Chair. On the day, we had in the run-up to the election, in fact, we were preparing for the election, we had a workshop at the VAL. And Mr. Motsoeneng came and addressed that gathering. And what happened, a few things happened there. One of them was people asking questions. Among the questions, for instance, a question that I asked was how he was treating our bosses and the fact that he was undermining them and how that was doing to the morale in the newsroom, but also to the standards that we are supposed to uphold. And I told him, because I said, I know this from what I was told when my show was canned by so-and-so and so-and-so who told me that you guys did it. There, we had also invited a seasoned journalist who was also like an executive director at SANEF, but also someone who had worked at the SABC as the deputy head of news, to give us an outsider's look of, or sort of appraisal or appreciation of what we were doing. Because of all those things, the next day it was a bloodbath. The three people who were acting in positions above those of theirs, which was Notando Maseko, it was Nyana Molite, and no, I think it was Sibulelo, not sure, were all taken back to their position. He walked in the next morning very angry that such things could happen under his watch. They were all demoted, and a new head of news was appointed on the spot, the person who is now the head of news.
Oh, thanks. SABC once had a board. What role has the board played to defend the ills that were happening there?
Ma'am, I don't think that the board has ever defended. I think they contributed. There have been many times, for instance, when we would be called to a rediffusion, and you would sit there for 2 hours, and the board would essentially endorse whatever Mr. Motsoeneng said. It would actively participate. For me personally, the current chairperson, he's the most recent in me having sitting through rediffusion. Nobody wants to sit. You see, there's certain things that happen at the SABC, and a rediffusion is one of those things where it's a right royal complete waste of time. But I work at the SABC. I'm an ant. I'm a minion. You know, so if I'm told I must go sit in the rediffusion, I must go sit in the rediffusion and listen to the board essentially participating in the denigration and the abuse of the SABC. So I can't recall an instance where I sat there and I thought, whoa, the board is actually defending. The board had always, in my opinion, participated in what was going on there.
Honorable Van Damme.
Thanks, Chair. I would once again like to congratulate you guys for standing up for what is right. I want to assure you that your efforts are not in vain. We will not be letting go of this issue. As you know, we've been fighting this issue for years. Colleagues before me fought it in the Communications Committee against ANC members who refused to act. I have been fighting this matter in the Communications Committee. We've been in and out of court for years and spent millions making sure that we bring the ANC, the SABC, towards stability. So we're not letting this matter go. Now, I asked earlier about Mr. Motsoeneng's enforcers, because I think those enforcers need to also be held accountable. Everyone's responsible for their actions. Now, an enforcer who's like a golden thread through all of this is one Mr. Jimmy Matthews, who has now kind of found his backbone, but that doesn't absolve him of all his actions. There's two issues that I'd like a little bit of more information about. The one is also around SONA, about Mr. Matthews assaulting a female SABC reporter. Who was that reporter and what was the issue around that? And then about the reporter who had her, who was computer confiscated, who was interrogated for 2 hours. Who was that, and how was that matter resolved? And by the way, Chair, I think we do need to maybe call, echo what Honorable Chauke said earlier. The State Security Agency needs to be called in and held accountable for their role in interfering in employee relations at the SABC.
Thanks very much. Mr. Jimmy Matthews, for me, I mean, I made the point earlier on that he was one of the very first people to ever do or say something to me that I thought was, you know, a little bit outside of the boundaries. Also, growing up, for me, Mr. Jimmy Matthews was like one of those people. You know, he had he was a journalist back in the struggle days. You know, he was a camera person, I think a photographer. So, I mean, his father is a well-known author. So he was that guy, you know, who I looked up to and be like, you know, one day would like to be like that. So when he did what he did to me, yeah. And also then on the day when he actually resigned, it was the day when I then issued the statement that I did criticizing the SABC. I had felt that Mr. Matthews had let us down. You know, he really had, because it was wrong of him to first resign and then come and say what he needed to say and said what was happening at the SABC is wrong. Why couldn't he say that stuff when he was inside? You know, I thought it was... Let me not go there. But, no, I thought it was cowardly. Yeah, so, anyway. Ma'am, I think when it comes to the my colleague in the office whose computer was confiscated, I think I'll have to ask for her permission. And then maybe if she agrees, it's a name that I could forward to the committee. But, yeah, I would hate to have to, you know, publicly declare her name, and maybe she might be uncomfortable. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Please do have that conversation, and can that information be forwarded to the Chair? I think the State Security Agency link definitely needs to be investigated. And then I want to talk a little bit more about the death threats. There was a question I held back earlier because I assumed the two of you would speak about it, but you haven't spoken about the death threats. Are you still being threatened?
Me personally, no. I have never been threatened. Yeah, because anyway, I've never been threatened. And the reason why we didn't, Mr. Mvoko mentioned a little bit earlier on. One of the reasons why we felt that it's better for us to try and protect the guys that had been threatened, kind of shield them from coming here and you know, because we'd hate to be seen as being antagonistic to the people behind the threats. And that is and we also did not want to make that, because we knew that if Suna, for instance, came here, it might become the key focus. And while we adore and respect Suna, we didn't want that to be the focus, because there's this issue here that if this is dealt with and it's dealt with properly, it will by default deal with the other issue of the threats and all of those things. And that's the reason why we collectively took a decision, to kind of protect them and to shield them, because, we want to make this the focus.
I would argue that that issue is actually intrinsically linked with what is happening. It's not a separate issue. It's about an individual or individuals who are willing to intimidate, try and kill people in order to protect themselves against being held accountable for state capture, for corruption, for violating the Constitution. So I think it's very much a relevant issue. I want to know, what was the wording of the threats? What did they say? If you don't do X, we will do X. What is it that they wanted you to stop doing? what was the wording? And also, what form did the threats come in? Was it an SMS? Was it a letter with letters cut out from a magazine? What form did the threats come in?
From what I've seen,
30 seconds.
From what I've seen, ma'am, most of the threats were SMS form, and they essentially would say the one SMS that I'd seen was, we know that the girl just before the budget. Then we know that the girl is going to Cape Town. She must stay away from Parliament, otherwise this time we won't miss. This was after the incident where Ms. Fenter's car had been shot at. So those were the kinds, just to let you know that we were watching. Basically, or that we are watching, we're monitoring the movements and those kinds of things. Those are from what I've seen.
Quickly, the other one was just for us to withdraw our Concord case.
Honorable Chauke. Are we going this way? I'm chairing.
I'm giving, thank you. Hey, young Patrick, among us, you come back to me. Unkata half foot mautanda, angas with doing that. But I who chair? No, chair. Chair, the bigger picture, I think it's now coming to place. I'm going to speak, and it was going to be more of a comment. But now, because you came as a group that represent a group of 8, I'm going to appreciate if any of you can speak, within 4 of you. My looking at things starts with this relationship of a TNA, the TNA relationship that starts with a friendship, a relationship between Hlaudi Motsoeneng and TNA. This relationship then gets introduced into SABC. It gets rejected. It then moves to another level, which is where it is currently now on the NN7, whatever you call it. But in the process of this relationship, the board of SABC collapsed, meaning that those who are in support thrive, those who are not slowly get, sorry, so I must keep quiet. No, they said I must keep quiet, Chair. These people who are pointing at me, these things is it's because I'm saying serious stuff now, that's why it must happen. Can I proceed, Chair? Again. Now, let me just come back to this point, Chair. That the bigger picture that all of us must never lose sight of. Because throughout the rest of the presentation we have listened to, it starts from this relationship of the TNA. It then moves to weakening the organization. Then you then hit the board, you collapse the board. Having collapsed the board, the next step is to collapse the executive. Now, both the board, which is the accounting authority, has collapsed. In fact, it's non-functional. But look, we're still benefiting in the process, right? The executive is in tatters. And this executive chair is the executive that is not vetted. It's people with their own agendas in the executive and all of that. Now, it has now moved to yourselves, core people of SABC. I mean, I've known you for many years, all of you seated here, for many years. Now, this thing has now moved to you. It's now collapsing that core. And this core, it's really collapsed. It's collapsed, this core. And you come back, you look at the behavior of outsiders that comes in. Now, I'm going to ask you to comment on this narrative that I'm putting. Look at how Brian Molefe comes into the picture. Look at the relationship of Brian Molefe and the Guptas. Look at the relationship of Brian Molefe and Hlaudi Motsoeneng. You don't separate that. It's one people. Authority, control, pointing fingers, pushing everybody, they're in charge, right? Now, Chairperson, my take is that this will not only require this party position that this party will do this, one will do this. It's going to require this focus that we have started here, because the issue we're dealing with, it's not a small issue. This issue, in fact, is collapsing SABC. It's collapsing it. As we speak now, in fact, I don't know how it survives, because if you have listened to other speakers who came before, the question that you'll ask obvious, what is this thing? Why is it still breathing? You know, the fact is that it has collapsed. It has collapsed clearly because of a particular strategy that has been driven throughout. So you as senior journalist, you have done this assessment, I think, on your own. And I think it's an opportunity that when we engage now, as we close, I'm not the last speaker of yours, but you must be able to share with us this observation. What do you see? This wonderful, crafted, well-oiled machinery within a very short space of time. Now, I don't want to deal much with your political leadership there, because sometimes they fall into this trap without really knowing that there's a particular relationship that exists that has captured SABC to that extent. So my comment, therefore, is that I have learned so much in the whole process, but I think the bigger picture is that SABC will have to collapse. What is going to rise, obvious, that TNA, with its own interest, you will see them rising. Currently, it survived. We are funding an opposition organization. We are funding it, directly so, with monies of the public, which is your IN7 program. In fact, you see it in the screen when you watch that program. So I think this thing is bigger than what we may think. This is a serious threat to democracy. It's a serious threat to democracy. It's a serious threat, in fact, not only to democracy, but to the revolution. Because what we stood for, what we stand for, is being eroded by this exercise. That started at the top with the friendship that has collapsed this whole system now. We have what we call, we're just reading obituary of SABC as we engage currently now. We don't have the organization there. So I'm saying that let us be honest, factual, and I think that what is very critical is the points that were raised by other colleagues here. Critical points that, but why can't we pin down the issue of who is this power? This power, where does it lie? I will tell you where the power lies. The power lies with TNA. That's where the power is. That's where the power is. Because if TNA did not have power, it would not exist anywhere. A TNA that come with a 3-pager to want to take over a news channel. That's power. And they have not gone away, they're still there. So I'm saying that, colleagues, that we need to help each other. And I'm happy that in your input, Vuyo, you spoke more of party interference, which was dealt with. And it's a non-issue, in fact, to be very honest with you, to that extent. The issue is what we are dealing with here, the total control of SABC. And this is what is happening. So, Chair, those are my points, Jqubule. It's a general issue, but I will definitely require colleagues who are here just to make their own input. It's my own observation, by the way, based on what we have received. That Prof. Magube, you may not even know, in fact, that there's a relationship that exists such deep that he will not even understand it. And he's busy making us jump left and right without understanding what. Here you are dealing with something that is well prepared. Well prepared. So, Chair, those are my comments, Chair, and I think that I'll definitely be happy to look at currently what is happening is that you now have Hlaudi Motsoeneng with this group now. He has created his own independent group. I mean, the names that you have mentioned of the 5 or 6 people that were calling journalists to appear before them, that is a group that operates. It's unfortunate that the Kaiser happened to be one of those, and it's one of those people that we believe that they are tried and tested people who have worked at SABC, having known them for many years. It's really shocking that it is controlled by that group. That group does not even have the mandate. Now, the issue that will have to come in, obvious chair, moving forward, will be all this irregular, fruitless, wasteful. I maintain this one throughout throughout my questions and comments. Irregular, fruitless, and wasteful monies of the public must be recovered. That money must come back. Every little cent of it must come back to the state. So thank you very much, and those are my just comments.
Well, I'm not going to even allow you to respond because this man took 8 minutes. You're not going to be allowed to respond, young men. Last.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You've got 5 minutes.
Chairperson, I just wanted to ask, how is it possible that we have a constitution, that we have a Broadcasting Act, where independence of news and of views and all of that is captured in the charter of the corporation, and where it is stipulated that there must be freedom of expression and journalistic, creative and programming independence, that we have a grouping of people who effectively hijack the public broadcaster for specific interests, be it their own or external factors. How did that come about? I know that Vuyo has said Parliament also, and we accept a responsibility, that there was not an effective oversight conducted over the SABC. Not for lack of trying, but yes, it was certainly not good enough. But how did that happen? And what was the moment? Was it when Mr. Motsoeneng was appointed? Did he appoint himself as editor-in-chief? How did all of that come about? If you could just please tell us in very sort of succinct terms, what prompted this position that we find that people just followed into groupings and supported him and in fact acted on his instruction?
Ma'am, if I may, just very shortly, and then I'll let Vuyo handle the rest. I think within the SABC, it's an open secret. I think everybody talks about it like as if, our understanding is that Mr. Motsoeneng has got the support of the president. Right. It's spoken about within the SABC. Apparently, I don't know if he has like his direct number or he's got on speed dial. That's how it's spoken about in the office. So, and also Mr. Motsoeneng has lived up to it, because he's behaved in a manner that none of us can explain, other than to say, well, surely this guy must have the protection and the support of somebody that's very important, that's very powerful. Otherwise, how else do you describe it? Mr. Motsoeneng once, he'd come to see us in Parliament. And one of the statements that he made was that, if we thought that he was, if we were impressed by the thought that he was earning, I think 2.4, 2.6 million rand a month or a year, he said that was nothing because he wanted 10. That's what he said. It was one of those things where it's uncanny when he walks around there's someone in our office that once said that they love Mr. Motsoeneng because he was an organic intellectual. I took him apart, like completely. I shredded him apart because I asked him how he could make an argument like that, If I could explain it, ma'am, I would tell you. But the way that I understand it, the way that some of my colleagues understand it, is that Mr. Motsoeneng has got the support of no less a powerful person than the president.
Well, just to add very briefly, in the SABC newsroom, what Mr. Motsoeneng has also made sure happens is that there would be people who would do exactly as he tells them to do. That he would promote you today for you to deliver on what he wants that evening. And if you don't do that, as Krivani said earlier, he makes the rules and he breaks the rules. And there's no doubt, and this links to what Honorable Chauke was saying earlier, that money is involved here. How else do you explain groups of people who rock up at court cases to be friends of this or friends of that or banning Mbeki and that sort of thing? It's clear that something is going on there. Perhaps the extent to which and who directly benefits and whether there are bags of money doing the rounds, I think those are the things that are worth investigating. But the net effect of everything that has happened is that corruption has taken place, number one. Number two, the national public broadcaster is being destroyed from within.
10 seconds.
Now, I just wanted to make the point, sir, that also recently we've been hearing quite a lot, for instance, about the protection of Mr. Motsoeneng's rights and the board's rights and the chairperson's rights and everything. And we've just been wondering that when we were all fired, there was no protection of our rights because we were fired without even being taken to a disciplinary hearing. So who gets their rights protected within the SABC and who gets their rights violated? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I close, let me just make 2 points to the committee. I recall that when we started, we took a collective decision that we'll have only 5 minutes by person. And I was lenient today, and that leniency creates a bit of chaos. From tomorrow, it will be 5 minutes. Regardless of how important, it's how you manage your questions and so on, because it's just going to create problems for all of us. So I'm warning you that that's how it'll happen tomorrow, because we will have a whole week to debate, honorable members, ourselves. We'll have a whole week to debate these matters, but maybe we clear that so that we don't have problems going forward. To the SABC8, thank you very much for attending. We understand, and we did say it when we responded to somebody, that we are sensitive to concerns that others had when they wanted to have this in closed session. But we committed to open, transparent, and all those good things. So whilst we knew that you were the first people that sort of raised the idea of security concerns and so on, we're grateful that you eventually decided to come here, because we can't have this type of a meeting in closed session. We just cannot have it. So grateful for coming whilst we are not insensitive to the...
I took him apart. Like completely, I shredded him apart because I asked him how he could make an argument like that, you know? If I could explain it, ma'am, I would tell you. But the way that I understand it, the way that some of my colleagues understand it, is that Mr. Motsoeneng has got the support of no less a powerful person than the president.
Well, just to add very briefly, in the SABC newsroom, what Mr. Motsoeneng has also made sure happens is that there would be people who would do exactly as he tells them to do. That he would promote you today for you to deliver on what he wants that evening. And if you don't do that, as Krivani said earlier, he makes the rules and he breaks the rules. And there's no doubt, and this links to what Honorable Chauke was saying earlier, that money is involved here. How else do you explain groups of people who rock up at court cases to be friends of this or friends of that or banning Mbeko and that sort of thing? It's clear that something is going on there. Perhaps the extent to which and who directly benefits and whether there are bags of money doing the rounds, I think those are the things that are worth investigating. But the net effect of everything that has happened is that corruption has taken place, number one. Number two, the national public broadcaster is being destroyed from within.
10 seconds.
Now, I just wanted to make the point, sir, that also recently we've been hearing quite a lot, for instance, about the protection of Mr. Motsoeneng's rights and the board's rights and the chairperson's rights and everything. And we've just been wondering that when we were all fired, there was no protection of our rights because we were fired without even being taken to a disciplinary hearing. So who gets their rights protected within the SABC and who gets their rights violated? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I close, let me just make 2 points to the committee. I recall that when we started, we took a collective decision that we'll have only 5 minutes per person. And I was lenient today, and that leniency creates a bit of chaos. From tomorrow, it will be 5 minutes. Regardless of how important, it's how you manage your questions and so on, because it's just going to create problems for all of us. So I'm warning you that that's how it'll happen tomorrow, because we will have a whole week to debate, honorable members, ourselves. We'll have a whole week to debate these matters, but maybe we clear that so that we don't have problems going forward. To the SABC8, thank you very much for attending. We understand, and we did say it when we responded to somebody, that we are sensitive to concerns that others had when they wanted to have this in closed session. But we committed to open, transparent, and all those good things. So whilst we knew that you were the first people that sort of raised the idea of security concerns and so on, we're grateful that you eventually decided to come here, because we can't have this type of a meeting in closed session. We just cannot have it. So grateful for coming whilst we are not insensitive to the real threat to you and everybody else that comes here. But we will reiterate, as we've done all along, that ours is to plead to every South African that nobody that comes to this committee must feel intimidated or be intimidated. And we will continue to appeal to the law enforcement agencies to make that happen. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much, because we had to make you wait an hour because of other proceedings. And when we eventually get to our point of writing our report, all these things will be taken into consideration. And we said to everybody else, and we're saying it to you, that our process ends on the 28th of February. If between today and the 28th of February, there's something that you'd like to share with the committee, please feel free to bring it forward. We will share it with the committee so that it's made public and it is incorporated into our report. It's certainly not the end of the road now. All of you should do that if you wish to do that. There's nobody from the SABC who would want to test your allegations, so you're free from that part of it. If we don't see you between now and Christmas, have a happy festive break, and may 2017 be better than 2016 for all of us. Honourable members, please wait. We indicated to you that we've got some information on a flash disk for you. Please collect your flash disk before you go, flash drive before you go. And we reconvene in this venue at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Meeting is adjourned for tonight. Thank you very much.
Those were some visuals from Parliament where the SABC's inquiry is currently taking place. Today was day three of interesting outcomes there.
Yeah, and you know, there's a lot that they need to go into, and as the chairperson said, it will take time, but from tomorrow onward.